This is an audio test for the meeting stream. This is a second audio test for the meeting stream.
Welcome back, everyone.
Thanks, Keith. Me too.
Is it stormy? Is it stormy, Keith, in your area? Is the storm?
It's starting to get a bit dark. It's kind of ironic because during the break, I just resolved my insurance claim from the last windstorm from my roof. So I'm just hoping don't have to put in a second one after figuring all that out. But
Start pre-filling it out.
oh God, I hope not, Jeff. I really.
Yeah, I hope
It's no
everything's
fun
fine.
dealing with insurance companies, I can tell you.
Well, I have to tell you, it does not look good outside Kinburn. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, the sky's quite dark here too, Eli. And somebody was saying to me that somewhere outside of Ottawa, I can't remember where they said it was. I was just out walking the dog quickly. Said that there lots of hail coming down, and so if anybody's got a car in the driveway, they might want to put it inside.
Looks like it's ripping through central Ontario at the moment. All right, well, it's 2:52. Most y'all are back, so I might as well get right into it. So item number 2 Inclusionary zoning status update and direction. So a bit of a check-in report for staff come back. We have a series of motions. 3 of them seem almost identical, but that's okay. We'll figure that out when we get to it. We will begin with a staff presentation. I know we have Megan Brody and David Wise here to talk to us. And you can, I mean, that's an invitation to talk anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just waiting for the mute button to come off. Hello, committee. Thank you, joint chairs, planning committee and CPSC. This is an update for the inclusionary zoning status update and next steps. The purpose of this meeting here, and the purpose of the report that we provided here, is to provide an update on where staff is at with respect to the inclusionary zoning. This was a direction in the new official plan to implement inclusionary zoning as a priority measure. Of course, the official plan also included a series of other measures, including the designation of the protected major transit station area. We also wanted to update council on where we're at with respect to the state of inclusionary zoning and the state of where staff's perspectives are on this. A key imperative on this is to seek direction on those next steps. We have provided an illustrative framework from where staff sees inclusionary zoning sitting as it sits right now. And the framework that we're proposing here in the report that you see before you is not proposed for adoption. It is for an illustrative framework that is not static. What we are proposing here today and what we are going to go through in this presentation is an illustration of what staff believes might be feasible if we moved ahead right now. And of course, we're seeking that direction back from you and wanting to seek your guidance on the direction that staff should go as we move this important file forward. Let's go to the next slide, please. So what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to talk a bit about quickly the components of what inclusionary zoning contains and what it does and what it can't do, as well talk about what we've heard over the course of the consultation that we have been doing on this file. And then I'm going to turn it over to Megan Brody. She's going to walk us through the assessment report findings itself, how the analysis process went through, what the methodology was, and also what the interim findings would be. Megan is also going to walk through what the interim illustrative direction would be, what those frameworks would be, as well as laying out what staff considers to be those key principles going forward as we continue to work on this file. I will then go over what the next steps of this process are going to be, and then of course we'll be ready for any conversation with you as we need to. Jason, next up, please. Okay. So inclusionary zoning. This is a new tool that was introduced back in 2016. It was then subsequently amended in 2019. The amendment in 2016, as it was first brought in, provided the opportunity for inclusionary zoning to be provided, and at that time it was opened citywide. The subsequent amendments by the next government after that restricted inclusionary zoning, contracted it down to only applying to protected major transit station areas. Where it is right now is inclusionary zoning is a planning tool that gives municipalities the authority to require, in certain areas, when a certain threshold for development is met, a certain percentage of units or a certain percentage of gross floor area to be set aside as affordable for a certain period of time. Now, inclusionary zoning is that planning tool that allows development specifically to set aside that. So it is targeted towards private market development to determine those set-asides and pull that discount out of those rates. Inclusionary zoning is one tool in the toolbox that municipalities have to deal with the affordable housing crisis. We talked about this last week when Housing Services came forward with their package last week. As we've discussed earlier this morning, affordability does not have one cause, so it will not have one solution. Inclusionary zoning is one tool in the basket of tools that we need to bring forward to address this crisis. What inclusionary zoning is is it does not give the city the unfettered discretion to ask for as many affordable units as it might want whenever there's a new development proposal. At its core, inclusionary zoning is a zoning bylaw. It sets a baseline standard, and so therefore it must have general applicability across the areas where it will apply. And also, most importantly, is that the units that are provided from this do not come necessarily to the city. The city does not become a landlord of these units as they go through. So when we talk about the key limitations of what inclusionary zoning can do, it is defined by the Planning Act. The Planning Act limits where inclusionary zoning can be imposed, and it also sets requirements for what must be in the requisite official plan policies and the zoning bylaw regulations. The regulations also require that the city study the impact of inclusionary zoning on development feasibility, which then forms the jumping off point for an eventual regulatory framework. So next slide, please. Now, just to identify, when we talk about the housing continuum and the one of many tools in terms of where inclusionary zoning fits, housing includes anywhere that a person lives. In general, we consider forms of housing to fall on a spectrum, from emergency shelters to our community housing options to market affordability, and then all the way to market rates. The community housing options, which includes supportive housing, long-term care, and social housing, they involve additional supports that come from the city directly. Inclusionary zoning, however, is meant to create affordable units without city aid, so falling just below market rates on the spectrum. This is an important point. Inclusionary zoning does not target households on the centralized waiting list, but rather it is focused towards moderate income earners who earn too much to qualify for community housing programs, but also cannot afford a market option that meets their needs. Next slide, please. So when we talk about moderate income earners, these are the kinds of people whom we meet every day amongst our professional lives. They include dental hygienists. They include administrative assistants. They include young, early, mid-career professionals who are in that 40th to 60th income bracket. For renting households, that's anywhere between $32,000 to $65,000 per year for a household budget for a rental household. And for owner households, that's anywhere between $61,000 to $118,000 per year. So that's the focus for where inclusionary zoning is lying. Next slide, please. Now, I talked before about the Planning Act and how there are regulatory guidelines for this, and there are statutory components for how inclusionary zoning is to proceed. And the first step on this is to develop that assessment report that goes through and does an analysis of the feasibility and the suitability for inclusionary zoning across the city of Ottawa. Once that is done, the next step after that is to develop those official plan policies and the zoning bylaw regulations that then enacts what that inclusionary zoning framework would be. There is also within that statutory framework a regular reporting process as well. We must do that assessment report every 5 years to ensure that the inclusion, that the rates and the terms and conditions of inclusionary zoning are continually updated, and they are linked to the market feasibility as determined by that assessment report. So, next slide, please. Let's talk about what we've heard so far. And we have heard opinions across the spectrum. Many of them you heard this morning as well. On one side, we know that we have housing stakeholders who have identified significant need. And we hear that. We know that stakeholders would look for a rate of 30% or more for inclusionary zoning to find that diversity and to find that deep affordability within areas that inclusionary zoning would apply. They would like it to be geared to core affordability needs below that 30th percentile mark. They would ask for it to be applied citywide and for it to have perpetual affordability. We also hear that they would like to have it linked to both rental and condominium developments happening within those areas. On the other side, we've heard from the development industry. And they've indicated to us that any amount of inclusionary zoning is extremely problematic for them. They flagged that additional charges risk compromising their project feasibility as they run their land economics and they put their budgeting process together to develop the new housing that we need. And they also point out that in many cases, they already provide housing for middle income earners between the 40th and 60th percentile. So from their perspective, there's a bit of double dipping going on. And they also suggest that this may stop new market housing and rental projects from going forward. So we have two very divergent perspectives on the table that we need to look at and understand as we put together what we think is the right approach for this city. Next slide, please. One of the key statutory limitations of inclusionary zoning is that it is only permitted to apply in protected major transit station areas that have been designated as, and I'm going to use an acronym here, PMTSAs, Protected Major Transit Station Areas. We'll use that acronym a few times, so I just want to lay that out for everyone. Also to areas that are subject to a community planning permit system. The new official plan right now that is currently held with the province for approval does designate 26 protected major transit station areas across the city. This in itself is a Planning Act requirement for designation of a PMTSA. There is procedures and requirements for what can be considered a PMTSA and what isn't. In effect, it is a station area development plan, very much like a secondary plan in terms of laying out the mechanics of what can and cannot be developed within that area. In order to move forward with inclusionary zoning, the staff recommendation at this time would be to look to implement inclusionary zoning in all of those 26 PMTSAs across the way. Would like to advise that the map that you're seeing with all of the 26 PMTSAs is not static. As planning proceeds, as station areas are further identified, as the transit plans for the city continue to unfold into phase 2, phase 3, staff would continue to update this map. And as new development plans and new station areas become active, staff would develop new and designate new protected major transit station areas as we go forward. So this is not a fixed position. The other thing that I think is also quite important to highlight is that when we look across the city, we note that the lands that are designated for protected major transit station areas do represent some of the most high value lands in the city. In fact, when we look at all of the lands that are available for housing across the city, from our neighborhoods all the way through to our traditional main streets, our downtown districts, all of the lands under which we could conceivably build apartment buildings or housing, protected major transit station areas account for 7% of all of those lands. So they are a small but significant portion of what it is that we're looking at for the entire housing base across this city. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to turn it over to Megan, who is now going to walk us through some of the methodologies behind inclusionary zoning and the processes that we've undertaken here.
Good afternoon. So like David said, he went into the whys of inclusionary zoning, but I'd like to give a little refresher on the hows of inclusionary zoning. So we know that there's a financial impact from inclusionary zoning, and the Planning Act requires that we consider what those impacts are. And the methodology that's used to evaluate that impact is called the residual land value. And you calculate it by starting with the total revenue of a product of development, and then you subtract all of the costs associated with that development, including what you would expect to make for a profit. But you don't deduct the cost of the land. That way, the amount that's left over, or the residual land value, is the amount that a developer can pay for the land to make the project work. In other words, if the revenue won't cover the costs, then the development just isn't financially viable and it's a money-losing proposition. And we know that inclusionary zoning impacts the revenue of a development because it requires that a discount be taken from the rents or purchase prices of a certain number of units in the building. And we also know that that lost revenue has to go somewhere, because the hard costs of construction and the soft costs associated with the development are not going to change. So in general, as this diagram illustrates, we expect that at least some of the revenue loss from inclusionary zoning will be absorbed by lower land prices over time. So that means we expect the market to respond to inclusionary zoning. But it's also possible that some of that revenue loss will be passed on to the market units in the same building if the market can bear those costs. So what we need to do when we prepare a framework for the City of Ottawa is find a balance where development remains viable while also being able to provide a good amount of affordable rates. But the most significant variables when doing an analysis like this are also the key decision points for inclusionary zoning. So things like the percentage of units or area to be set aside as affordable, the duration of affordability, and whether the development will be mid or high rise, where we are in the city. Are we in a suburban market or are we downtown? But most importantly, one of the largest variables that impacts feasibility is the tenure of development. So whether it's purpose-built rental or ownership. And I'll discuss that a little bit more later. Next slide, please. So here's a very general example of how residual land values could work. So let's consider an existing property with a use that underutilizes the site's potential. A big box store, for instance, where I could have a high-rise mixed use. If that is what my zoning permits, then the value of the site is greater than what is potentially greater than what I have. That mixed use building could make me, the owner, more money than what's currently there. So what should I do? Well, if I go ahead with that mixed use built form with zero inclusionary zoning, then that additional value is entirely captured by me. If I move forward with a little bit of inclusionary zoning, then that additional value is reduced, but it's still high enough to make moving forward a reasonable proposition. If I move forward with a lot of inclusionary zoning or a higher rate of inclusionary zoning, then it might not make the redevelopment worthwhile at all. Next slide. So illustrated another way, I have a big box store, let's say at Train Yards. Train Yards is in a protected major transit station area around Tremblay Station. I have a large commercial property, and it's occupied by low-rise commercial uses. If the site is rezoned for high-rise, mixed use, or residential, it could have a higher value because its development potential has changed. So a developer will look at that land with its new zoning and come up with a value for that development. And if it's sufficiently higher than the current value, well, then development's going to go ahead. Without inclusionary zoning, we can estimate those revenues at full value. So let's say my big box store, currently valued at $20 million, is increased to $48 million. That's considerably more value than what exists. So development is likely to proceed. With 30% inclusionary zoning, which is considered a large amount of inclusionary zoning, about 30% of the units in that building will bring in a reduced revenue than what was originally expected. So the final value of the development is lower, say $21 million. The developer cannot pay for the land for this development and still be in the black when all is said and done. So as a result, it's not really worth it right now to go ahead with the redevelopment. Development is delayed or canceled entirely. With a moderate amount of inclusionary zoning, that revenue still changes. It still goes down, but not by as much. The final value of the development is still enough to cover the costs, the profits, land value, and so the project proceeds. And we're looking to find that sweet spot. Next slide, please. So the assessment report The assessment report, as David mentioned, is required by the Planning Act. That report is currently being updated. So what's included in this report and in this presentation represents the interim findings from that report. The Planning Act requires that the report consider a number of factors, including a certain inclusionary zoning feasibility criteria. And the city retained a consultant to complete that report, and it's being peer reviewed and updated with more current data, as the original report was completed with largely pre-pandemic data. It ran several scenarios, considering 10%, 15%, and 20% at varying durations of affordability. And it looks at whether the total expected revenue of a development is enough to cover all of the costs in each scenario. And the interim findings, generally that the PMTSAs that we have, all 26, are not created equal. The report studied 4 specifically and noted the need for geographical nuance. The mature markets in the downtown could handle different levels of inclusionary zoning than, say, our outer urban and suburban markets. It also found that up to 10% inclusionary zoning was feasible for purpose-built rental in only certain parts of the city. For condominium buildings, it found that up to 15% inclusionary zoning was feasible. But why are there 2 different rates for ownership and rental? And this is something that we're seeing throughout the province. That's because the impact of inclusionary zoning on purpose-built rentals is considerably greater than the impact on condominium developments. Since inclusionary zoning requires a discount be taken from the rents or the purchase prices, that discount is felt on a recurring basis for rentals, but only one time for condominiums. That is why in every municipality we've seen come forward with an inclusionary zoning framework, lower rates are proposed for purpose-built rentals. The assessment report that we have, as you know, there are some key limitations. It is being reviewed. We're working in a very volatile housing market, but we also know that inclusionary zoning is not the only new planning change on the horizon. So we're looking at doing a cumulative impact assessment. We want to know how inclusionary zoning impacts development at the same time as the new CDC bylaw, changes to parkland dedication, and new DCs. Those are all coming forward at the same time. We need to know what the total impact of those policies will be. Next slide, please. So the proposed framework that's introduced in the report is a sample framework for your review, and it's based on the best information that we have now. That information, like I said, is constantly being updated. The sample framework maintains a consistent approach citywide, and will do a feasibility analysis of each individual PMTSA in the future. Given the need for geographical nuance, we think this is the best way to optimize inclusionary zoning in each PMTSA as appropriate. Whatever is proposed, it must strike that balance to ensure desirable development continues to take place. Next slide, please. So once implemented though, what would an IZ framework look like? So David already went over the statutory components of inclusionary zoning, including the official plan policies and the zoning bylaw regulations. As a zoning bylaw, compliance is required in order for a building permit to be issued. For implementation, our planning staff and development review will play a key role in getting agreements negotiated and finalized, working with the developer to come up with building plans that meet our objectives for housing mix and for unit sizes. Housing services will also be responsible for inclusionary zoning implementation, will coordinate with housing providers, and will be responsible for tenant and owner selection. Next slide. So these are the key metrics that if we were to proceed today are what staff would be able to support. The development threshold is 50 units or 3,500 square meters of residential GFA. A development that is smaller than that would not be subject to inclusionary zoning. However, as David mentioned, the development potential in PMTSAs is considerable, and we generally don't anticipate that many developments will come forward that are under that threshold. The unit price, it's outlined in, more clearly in document 1 of the report, but the rule of thumb that we're adopting is the same as that in the official plan, which is the same as that in the PPS. And that's that housing costs should not exceed 30% of gross household income. For both rental and ownership units, the units would be priced with a cap of what is affordable to the 60th income decile. In the affordability period, staff would propose 99 years for ownership units and 25 years for purpose-built rentals. The 2 different affordability periods are currently suggested because the impact from rentals is more considerable than condominiums. So 99 years for condominiums does not have much of an impact on feasibility, but a shorter affordability period for rentals does impact feasibility. As David mentioned, the target here is moderate income households. It is possible to get inclusionary zoning to low income households where benefits are stacked. And the set aside rates that would be supportable at this time would be 10% of the unit GFA for ownership developments citywide and 0% of unit GFA for purpose-built rentals citywide. And again, these are citywide. Once a review of each individual PMTSA is conducted, those rates would be adjusted to properly optimize inclusionary zoning in each PMTSA as appropriate. The transition that's proposed is 1 year, and that's to allow the market to respond to inclusionary zoning, whether it be land prices adjusting, plans changing, but it also allows staff to create its administrative framework, prepare legal agreements, and develop the infrastructure it needs to administer these units. Next slide, please. So our principles of implementation, these are found in document 1 of the report. So we don't have an OPA and zoning bylaw amendment for council's consideration today. But we do know that moving forward, we have certain priorities. And even in this realm of a lot of unknowns, we know, for example, we're committed to prioritizing accessibility. And I understand that there will be a motion to this effect, but we're working with staff and stakeholders to see how an inclusionary zoning framework can create units that are designed with accessibility needs in mind. We also are committed to equity. An IZ framework would prioritize inclusion, as the name suggests, distributing units throughout the building, as opposed to allocating them all in one section, providing equitable access to amenities, and also an equitable process for tenant and owner selection. I'll pass it back to David for next steps.
Thank you, Megan. So as we said, inclusionary zoning is a statutory process. And what we are doing currently right now is we are updating the draft assessment report to respond to the significant changes that have happened in the housing market over the last 2 years through the COVID situation. We have seen significant changes in vacancy rates. We have seen massive escalation in construction prices. And of course, the incredible volatility in rents and purchase prices are things that council is very well aware of. These need to be reflected back into the assessment report, and we need to understand what are the market conditions in a post-COVID world so that we can provide the best advice possible back to council as we go forward. With respect to reporting, every 2 years, staff must report to council on the status of inclusionary zoning, including the number of units that we would be providing back in. And in addition, every 5 years, that assessment report must be refreshed. So what we are doing here today is laying out the policy directions report here, these interim illustrative framework, and these principles for how we proceed over the next course of the next year. Over the course of the next year, we would be looking at developing an implementation administration framework, keeping in mind whatever directions we receive from council here today, and then bringing back a final package of official plan amendments and zoning bylaw packages to bring inclusionary zoning forward. Again, that would be based upon the assessments that we would be looking to update over the course of the next little while to bring us into that post-COVID market reality. We would then be moving through a transition period and also looking again at those detailed protected major transit station areas. With respect to engagement, we want to stress again that what is proposed here is not for adoption. It's an illustration of what we think would work in Ottawa today under the current climates, with the opportunity for future changes as we keep moving forward. We are already engaged with stakeholders. We've met with many of them across the board, from housing stakeholders and also industry as well. And we also understand that as we go forward, the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendments will require much more rigorous engagement as we go forward. We are looking at producing surveys. We will be looking at public meetings, open houses, and also communicating with other stakeholder groups in order to ensure that we are capturing voices and moving forward with a plan that serves the best interests of community and provides the housing stock that we so desperately need. Once implemented, staff would continue to engage with these stakeholders when developing the administrative framework. So this is a complex process. It is a complex problem that we are attempting to grapple with. And again, inclusionary zoning represents one piece of how we propose to move ourselves forward to face this challenge. At this point, we're happy to turn ourselves over for any discussion and questions. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you very much. So we will go to delegations, but we do have a series of motions that we may as well introduce first. But to start, though, I forgot to do something earlier. The agenda that's in front of us is improperly marked as agenda 2. This is actually agenda 3. So with the will of committee, I ask that we ensure that the agenda is corrected to reflect that this is agenda 3 of this joint committee, and that the minutes also reflect this change. Is everyone good with that?
Carried.
These nays? No? You good? Okay. It'd be weird if this was agenda 2, because then we would all of a sudden be conflating it with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We'd have to vote on that again, and holy geez. Get in the weeds again. Okay, so I can move on. So we'll do the motions right now. So we have a series of motions, I think. First off, there's another technical amendment, which Councillor Gower will move.
I will. This is to correct a chart. Whereas page 17 of the report contains a table outlining the maximum affordable housing prices for ownership units for each income decile that requires additional qualifications, and whereas a computational error was identified in table 2, therefore be it resolved that the paragraph preceding table 2 on page 17 of the report be replaced by the following. The below table 2 demonstrates that ownership households in the moderate income range can sometime afford a condominium unit, but no other form of housing. Note that the table only considers the shelter costs associated with a mortgage and property tax. If shelter costs are defined to include condominium fees and utilities, as the CMHC does, then that would have an impact on the below values and reduce the maximum affordable housing price. And therefore be it further resolved that table 2 on page 17 of the report be replaced with the following. And we'll let the clerk's team scroll through that. And I believe that's been circulated, Chair, as well.
Thank you. And then we'll go through the other motions too. So the first one I have is from Councillor Menard on directions on inclusionary zoning. I will say again, there are multiple motions on set aside rates. So I'm not sure if we'll get to all of them, but because I think there's similarities and some redundancies, but nonetheless, the first one we have is from Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. And yeah, I did see a lot of overlap with some of the other motions, and happy to have staff work with us on this. Whereas staff will be seeking a revised assessment report to reflect current market conditions, and will be conducting further feasibility analysis on all designated PMTSAs. Therefore, be it resolved with respect to the report, the Joint Committee recommend Council direct staff to undertake the following. 1, consider a minimum set-aside rate of 10% for ownership housing across all PMTSAs. 2, consider a set-aside rate of up to 10% for purpose-built rentals in all PMTSAs. 3, include unit mix requirements in the official plan policies or zoning regulations that implement inclusionary zoning to ensure that a sufficient number of multi-bedroom units are set aside as affordable. 4, consider opportunities to deepen affordability for rental and condominium units in order to maximize access down to 40th percentile income households. And 5, consider including an official plan policy pursuant to paragraph 10 of subsection 3.1 of Ontario Regulation 232.18 that would allow off-site units only where those units are to be assumed by a non-profit housing provider. Further, be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to Council on these directions as part of the final implementation report and amending bylaws. Further, that staff report back to Council a second time on directions 1 and 2 above at the completion of its feasibility analysis for each PMTSA.
Thank you. Our second motion that I have here is from Councillor Dudas, also on set-aside rates.
Wait for it to come up. Whereas the City of Ottawa has declared a housing emergency, whereas the new inclusionary zoning will increase the number of affordable housing units, whereas IZ is not new to Ontario and was put into law in 2016 by the provincial government and is being actively considered by multiple municipalities and province, and has already been legislated by the City of Toronto, easily the largest new construction market in the country and one of the largest on the continent. Whereas the report currently calls for a default set-aside rate of 0% for purpose-built rental units, and until the city retains a consultant to conduct a market analysis of each PMTSA individually, and only then will they be recommending an increase or decrease in the set-aside rates. Whereas the city already has retained a consultant that would quickly conduct a market analysis of each PMTSA. Therefore, be resolved that with respect to the report, the review of each site be conducted as soon as possible, and that staff report back on the findings to change the set-aside rates shortly thereafter. Therefore, be further resolved that staff consider the feasibility of a 20% set-aside rate for owner-occupied condominium units in line with the city's own definition of affordability, and report back as part of the implementation report.
Thank you. Next motion, also from Councillor Dudas on accessibility.
I'll skip the repetitive whereas is there, but whereas on average, those with accessibility needs, such as seniors and individuals living with disabilities, are statistically more likely to require affordable housing. Whereas there is a significant variation in the definition of accessible dependent on the source cited, and this open definition can and often does hinder the development of functionally accessible units, whereas the City of Ottawa already has developed accessibility design standards. Therefore, be resolved with respect to the report that staff study how to include fully accessible units according to the City of Ottawa's own accessibility design standards, and report back with recommendations as part of the IZ implementation guidelines.
Thank you. Rental 25-year limits, also Councillor Dudas.
I feel like I should have grabbed myself a glass of water first before. Whereas the report currently recommends a 25-year affordability period for purpose-built rental units, whereas the city has acknowledged rent evictions are taking place in Ottawa and are resulting in a loss of affordable housing. Whereas many buildings, as part of the life cycle upgrade requirements, would require renovations after the 25-year mark. Whereas the affordability period set for purpose-built ownership units is recommending 99 years. Whereas there's a limited number of areas across the city where inclusionary zoning can be implemented. Therefore, be resolved with respect to the report. The staff report back as part of the implementation guidelines any tools available to the city to limit the use of rent evictions for affordable rental units in particular. In addition, staff report as well on the feasibility and impact of extending the affordability period for purpose-built rental units.
Thank you. You got some time before I got 3 motions before I get back to you on your 4th motion. Councillor Gower, expanding eligible areas for inclusionary zoning.
Okay, whereas municipalities, as we heard, can only implement IZ in PMTSAs and land subject to community planning permit systems, and whereas expanding IZ to additional geographic areas in the city would increase the number of affordable ownership of rental units being built. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to the report, the Joint Committee recommend council requests the mayor and co-chairs of planning and CPSC to write a joint letter to the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs to request that inclusionary zoning be expanded beyond PMTSAs, for example, along transit priority corridors and other areas in close proximity to transit.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Now you have this other motion here on set aside rates as well. Do you want to still proceed with that one, or do you find the other 2 are sufficient?
Well, yeah, let's skip introducing that, and I will explain later on why.
Sounds good. So we move to Councillor Kitts on offsets.
Thank you. Wait for it to come up. So whereas offsets and financial incentives have been used by other municipalities in inclusionary zoning policy to encourage viability and uptake by builders, and whereas the framework and staff report do not contemplate financial offsets beyond a future affordable housing community improvement plan, therefore be it resolved that with respect to the report, staff be directed to explore and evaluate additional offsets that could be implemented as part of the inclusionary zoning policy and regulations, and report back to council in 2023.
Thank you. And back to you sooner than I thought I'd be, Councillor Dudas. Transition period.
Thank you. Whereas the new inclusionary zoning will increase the number of available affordable units, whereas inclusionary zoning is not, I can skip that, we've read that before. Whereas any delay to the implementation of inclusionary zoning would only lead to a lost opportunity to require affordable units in new development. Therefore, be resolved that with respect to the report, as part of development of the implementation and administration framework for inclusionary zoning, staff prepare requirements for transition and condense this to the shortest time as is reasonable and report back to committee in Q1 2023.
Great, thank you. Just before we leave this and get to the delegations, what we should notice in one of the documents, the document 1 framework and guiding principles for inclusionary zoning in Ottawa, number 10 does speak to inclusion to set aside rates. It says the city shall, before the end of 2024, undertake a market analysis of all 26 PMTSAs and subsequently propose area specific set aside rates that optimize inclusionary zoning while maintaining residential development viability. An additional transition period may be proposed at that time. So this is something that will be revisited. I know that it's important to talk about it and to reference it, and so that we know where we would like to be going. But this is something that will ultimately be decided with the final report. Sorry, but with that, we'll come to the delegations, then we'll get to the motions and any questions on those afterwards. So our first one, he's already unmuted himself. He's incredibly punctual in this regard. Ray Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm Ray Sullivan, Executive Director of the Ottawa Community Land Trust. We're a new initiative incorporated last year, and we work in partnership with local nonprofits, housing co-ops, and governments to preserve and create affordable housing. After many years of advocacy, it is great to see the city moving forward on inclusionary zoning, and I want to commend Mr. Willis and the staff team that worked on this framework. There are good things in what's proposed, but I've only got 5 minutes, so I'm going to focus on the things that I think are weaknesses. And I want to first acknowledge that inclusionary zoning can't create deeply affordable homes, and we need that, but only government subsidy can really do that, and that's okay. As staff have pointed out, this is only one of a number of initiatives the city is working on around affordable housing. And the goal here is to create a meaningful number of modestly affordable homes. I'm quite concerned, though, that the framework as currently drafted and if implemented will not achieve that. And there are 4 reasons. 1, you've excluded rental housing. 2, it's far too easy to get around the IZ requirements for ownership housing. 3, you haven't built in options to include nonprofit housing, so permanently and potentially more deeply affordable. And 4, you haven't given the development industry the predictability and the certainty that they need to accommodate inclusionary zoning in their plans. And I'll explain each, but first I want to stress a point about land values. The value of the land in these protected major transit station areas is almost completely determined by government decisions and government investments. That land went up hugely in value because the LRT investments from all 3 orders of government. That land also went up in value because everybody knows it will be rezoned to allow for more height and more density. So your decisions have massively increased the value of that land, and it's entirely appropriate to ask for something in return. And in the midst of an affordable housing crisis, you need to ask for affordable housing. And yet this framework excludes rental housing without much of an explanation, really. So you have a consultant report that did the analysis and concluded that the Ottawa market can support an affordable housing set aside of 10% around those transit stations. And what analysis was done to come up with 0% instead. If you need to be really cautious, there are other options. You could start with a 5% set aside and work up to 10%, or you could apply inclusionary zoning set asides only to the uplift, the added density and height after rezoning. Instead, this framework goes with 0%, 0 new affordable rental housing. Second, for ownership housing, the requirement is a unit affordable to a household making $117,000 a year, 60th income percentile. That is greater than what I make. That is greater than the salary of an Ottawa city councillor. That means a purchase price of just over $500,000. The private market is already delivering that through bachelor suites. And really, a single person making $117,000 a year doesn't need this. It's the mom with 2 kids or the couple working their buns off for $20 an hour that need this. So it's actually pretty status quo and won't create something that wouldn't happen already. The framework talks about requiring larger units, and that's good, but there needs to be a firm requirement. So as Councillor Menard's motion suggested, the units allocated to meet inclusionary zoning requirement have to have the same proportion of sizes or bedroom counts as the building as a whole. Third, this is an opportunity that you can leverage to eventually create more deeply affordable housing that stays affordable forever. So give developers the option of paying out their inclusionary zoning requirement as long as the money is spent within the same major transit station area. And many of these areas include government-owned land, and some additional cash from private sector development next door can help create permanent, more deeply affordable housing on the same block. And finally, inclusionary zoning works well when it is priced into the cost of developing. So like all business, development does well when it has stable, predictable conditions. And let me say this again, inclusionary zoning works well when developers have the information they need to price it into their projects, as staff explained. Projects that we're talking about could be 2, 3, 4 years down the road. In this framework, there's too many variables to create those conditions for success. So, rental housing is exempt for now, but it might be added later. And the set aside is to be determined, and also the affordability period maybe. For ownership, the set aside is 10%, but it may change. It may change up, it may change down, and those decisions actually will be station by station at a later date to be announced. So many variables. How can a developer cost that into their planning? If I had a long-term development property within a major transit station area and another that wasn't, I would put the inclusionary zoning project on the shelf and focus on the other one because I don't know what the IZ requirements are going to be 2, 3, and 4 years from now. Now, all of the evidence from other jurisdictions shows that the cost of IZ gets built into the development over time, mostly as a discount on land value. So land speculators won't like it, but it doesn't impact the pace of development in cities. And I get it that staff are cautious and worried that IZ will slow down and discourage development, but a clear, predictable policy will not. This more timid framework with too many variables left up in the air, this will actually slow and potentially discourage development, and it won't create a meaningful number of affordable homes. So set the goalposts clear and the industry will adapt and factor it in. Keep the goalposts moving around or undefined, and it won't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. You got a slew of councillors here ready for you. Councillor Egley.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ray, for your presentation. First question is more curiosity than anything else. And then I have some questions about one of your proposals. We talked about the uplift in value as a factor of bringing in LRT, for example. Do you have hard numbers on that? Can you give us a sense of what you looked at in terms of what the percentage increase is on the value of that land, or is it a general proposition?
You would have to look site by site as staff suggested, but as a general proposition, yes. So one, and this is very important, especially for the planning committee. The value of a piece of land is based on what you can build on it and what you can and what revenue you can get from that. So the revenue stream. So if you can build 100 units, that affects the value of the land. If you can actually build 300 units because the zoning has changed, then that increases the value of the land. And that is rightly what's going to happen at these protected major transit station areas. There's going to be increased density and increased zoning, and that increases the value of the land. So it will depend on how much increased zoning there is. And of course, just as far as the attractiveness of people living there, people want to live near transit stations, so it increases the desirability of the land.
So my second question is, and I'm going to have some questions for staff around it as well, because one of my concerns that I share with you is around the rental piece. The phased in approach that you suggested, start with 5 and build up, is that a model that you've seen work elsewhere to phase it in that way? And if so, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, and the framework proposed in Toronto, for example, does a good job of this. So it's appropriately cautious as well, and it starts with certain set-aside rates, but it gives developers a schedule of how those rates will grow and change between now and 2030. So that predictability and that certainty is there. If you've got a project that's scheduled for start of construction or rent up or completion in 2024 and 2028, you know what the set-aside requirement is going to be in that time, and you can factor that in and price it into your development project. So that's the certainty that I think is very important. Leaving it up in the air means that the developers run the risk of having to leave their project up in the air because they don't know how to build it into the pro forma budget and plan out their project.
And do you know of other jurisdictions that have brought in inclusionary zoning in Canada? Let's just limit it to Canada for now. That brought in inclusionary zoning but left rental to the side, like this proposal was doing?
I'm not familiar with any, no.
So anywhere else you've seen it, they have brought in a component. It's a mixed approach. So
yeah, I might not be aware of all jurisdictions, but I'm not aware of one that's left out rental.
Okay, and you think a fair number to start with is 5%?
I think if you wanted to be cautious, I think you've got an analysis from a consultant and a well-respected consultant when it comes to affordable housing development that suggests 10%. And if you wanted to be more cautious than that, and I get it, economic conditions and development conditions have changed a little bit, you could start at 5% and do the more detailed analysis and grow from there. But sending the signal that it's up in the air is going to send the signal that maybe those projects should also be up in the air.
Okay, no, thanks for that. And just a heads up to staff, we heard in the last meeting that staff aren't afraid to take from other jurisdictions if the situation's already been dealt with. So we'll have questions as to why we didn't take, why it's not being proposed that we take the rental model that Toronto has, for example, in this particular proposal. But so thank you very much, Ray. This has been helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Egley. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ray, for the great presentation. On the cautiousness of the report, just taking the at face value that we want to be cautious, and City is concerned about the impact on future developments. What suggestions would you have to get to a more balanced initial approach, given the fairly extreme caution that we're seeing on the 0% rate?
Yeah, and I think staff did a good job of showing that this is actually a very small percentage of the developable land in the city. But I think what's also important to realize is this is probably the most attractive developable land. So, so these are the most prized sites across the city. So if we see a change or a turn, and we probably will in terms of the pace of development, just generally due to economic conditions right now, we're going to see it less at these most prized sites. And that's where I think it's important to be clear and define what the set-asides are going to be. Keep in mind that certainly in a lot of downtown urban areas, there's been a big shift toward building multi-residential rental housing, purpose-built rental towers in the past 5 or 6 years. And I think that similar kind of desirability around these transit stations would continue.
Yeah, and I mean, the latest CMHC report on supply plays that out from May of 2022. I just wonder if there's areas where rental housing developments are being rezoned to increase the density and the height that's there. Could you start with those and set aside a rate there to increase that floor area, added units, and work with that if there's a cautious approach? I mean, I think preferably we've got an across the board approach. It's baked in, you know it going in, it's consistent for developers. But if there is this cautious approach to start, is that another way we could move in that direction?
Yeah, I think that would be a good option for rental housing. You know, you could say the inclusionary zoning might not apply if the proposed building is within the existing zoning. But if there's to be an increase in zoning and density and height, an inclusionary zoning set aside would apply only to that increase. You've created that baseline for a developer that, you know, within the existing approved zoning, the development doesn't have to look at inclusionary zoning, but the added height could. You'd have to set a more aggressive set aside in that case. You know, like 10% of the added building would end up being very small of the building as a whole. You'd want to go a bit more aggressively, maybe like 20%.
The addition in height that you would have got normally. Got it. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you about the land trust or not-for-profit housing. I'm really interested in how this policy could be leveraged to create not-for-profit housing, longer term, deep, more affordable housing off-site, but within the same protected major transit station area. Do you have ideas on that and how that could work?
Yeah, certainly. You know, and the land trust is an initiative of the affordable housing sector. So we were created by all of the affordable housing partners that you know in each region of the city to fill a gap that wasn't there. And we've seen in the city of Vancouver, where they've had a community land trust for several years now, what an important partner it can be working with municipal government to create new affordable housing. So a lot of these transit areas, as I mentioned, include government lands. Take Confederation Heights at the edge of your ward, Councillor. Canada Lands Corporation controls a number of parcels of land there. It's right in the middle of a transit stop, intersects with the bus rapid transit as well. It's going to be hard to create permanently affordable and more deeply affordable not-for-profit housing, even with that free land. And as a nonprofit developer, I can tell you, we are constantly trying to stack funding and financing from dozens of different sources. If there were additional sources like this that we could stack on the others, you allow us to do something that is not just a 25-year period. You allow us to do something that is not just affordable to the 60th income percentile, but to include homes that are permanently affordable and affordable to deeper levels. And if it's within the same transit area, you wouldn't want people to be able to pay out and then build, you know, the affordable housing across town. It's within the same neighborhood. It's within the same transit area. I think that's an acceptable option that could allow us to create, as I said, permanent and deeper affordable housing.
Thank you for that. And Chair, I'll just do a plug tonight. We are holding a community benefit agreement meeting tonight on you know, how community benefit agreements can help in this regard. Confederation Heights is obviously one example, but that'll be at 7 o'clock tonight. If any other councillors or folks watching want to join tonight for that meeting, and appreciate you mentioning that, Ray. The last piece I'll just mention is that the city staff have heavily discounted the consultant's recommendation on the rental side. There's not the data to back it up in the report yet, but they are expressing concerns about development going forward. I just wonder, given the pandemic and what we've been seeing in the numbers, what's your view of that? In that we're not there yet. They want to see a peer review of the report. It'll come back in the future, and we'll see you know, an assessment based on more pandemic, I guess, figures. So just your roundabout view of that, and then I'll pass it back to you, Chair.
I really wish I could predict where the economy was going in terms of inflation and interest rates and all of those things. I can't either. But I do know that, you know, there are other options for being appropriately cautious and still moving forward. And the 0% set aside is sort of just giving up. And I don't think that's what's appropriate to do when we're in an acknowledged housing crisis.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ray, for the presentation. You raised two things that I do hope we can dive into with staff later on, because I know the report says that the preliminary study suggested up to 10% for rentals for set aside, but that recommendation of 0%, I think that does need some more explanation later from staff. You also raised this idea of certainty, and I'm going to make sure I'm clear. My reading of the report was when this comes back to council a year from now, that there will be very, very specific and certain terms around it that wouldn't be changed for at least 5 years. So I think what you were getting at, we would have that level of certainty a year from now when the actual bylaw and policy is in front of us, but I'll confirm that with staff. Can you give a little more context? You said you suggested the option of the builder paying out their inclusionary zoning requirement. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, so it in terms of either rentership or ownership housing, as you know, there's math behind those figures that staff showed around calculating the land value and the economic impact of the inclusionary zoning. You could also calculate a payout version of that could be a cash contribution to a not-for-profit or co-op development right next door at the end of the block, and that means that you have that opportunity for something that is permanently affordable, and you have that opportunity. And I think we all know that, you know, the money the city is able to set aside, the money that comes in from the province and the federal government does not create the kind of long-term, permanently and deeply affordable housing that we all need. So if this is one more tool that can be stacked with those, it makes it more likely that these projects can continue. And you know, the Land Trust is in a great position, if I can give a plug for this new initiative as well, you know, as a broker for helping us create new co-ops and new nonprofits on these sites in a way that you have a partner through the Land Trust that can protect them as permanently dedicated to affordable and nonprofit status.
Okay, and staff believe that a solid IZ policy could create 60 to 90 new units per year for moderate income affordability. Is that still worthwhile if it only produces 60?
Well, I want to emphasize again that it's important that the units designated to meet the inclusionary zoning requirement are in the same sizes and bedroom counts in proportion to the building as a whole. So if a developer is able to just check off a bunch of boxes and say all of these bachelor suites might meet my inclusionary zoning policy, they will be sold at the same price, or they will be rented at the same price that would have happened in the marketplace anyway. So the policy hasn't created something that wouldn't already happen. You've got to make sure that it stretches into those 1 and 2 bedroom units, for example, to create something meaningful, even at those modest percentages.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Ray, for your presentation and for the work that you do in nonprofit housing in the city of Ottawa. We truly do appreciate it very much. You know, given the state that this report is in at this time and the uncertainty around the questions that you've raised today, do you believe that it is in a state today to be voted on by council or this committee, or should we get everything right? You know, get the analysis done, the peer review done, and consider this when it's in a better state?
I would have to defer to the chair or staff on that, because I'm not certain if it is proposed for voting for approval for council, or if this was just a status update.
Yeah, it's just a directions report.
Okay, fair enough.
That was anticlimactic, Matt.
Terribly anticlimactic. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hi, Ray. Nice to see you. Most of my questions have been asked and answered by you, but the one I just wanted to probe a little bit further is you were talking about the opportunity being presented by basically upzoning of the property. And yesterday I was talking to a representative from a developer who told me that in effect, what developers will do will just add unit cost to all the other units in order to take the same profit as they would have normally had. And I just wanted to seek your view on that, if that is likely to happen. Yeah, what do you think about that?
So we're fortunate in that there are a lot of jurisdictions in the United States who have a much longer track record of implementing inclusionary zoning. And what all of the evidence and research shows that for large urban centers, which Ottawa definitely is one, the cost of the inclusionary zoning gets discounted in the land price. And this was part of the figures that staff showed in their initial presentation as well. So it's costed into the development and it comes out of the land price. So it actually has a little bit of a side benefit of reducing that speculative growth in land values that is causing affordability problems across the city.
So you think the risk of actually having the unintended consequence of increasing the cost of rentals or home ownership for the other 90% is not a major concern?
The evidence is that it'll primarily get built in a reduction in the land values, not when a developer builds a condominium, they're not saying that I'm going to sell this unit at my cost plus 5%. They sell the unit at what they can sell the unit for, whatever the market will bear. So if the market will not pay X plus 10 for that unit, then they won't be raising the price X plus 10.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Ray. Really appreciate you being here. One of the concerns I have is for families. I don't, when I think of inclusionary zoning, when I think of just helping out residents, I think of families, and I can't see right now a way around helping them, because they're the ones that can afford the least. If you've got people in your household that aren't earning money called kids, and you're trying to put things together, which speaks to bigger units. And I just want to get your view on that, because you've got a lot of experience with formerly with CCOC and other places, and the importance of them being near transit stations so that they can have easy access and don't have to rely on cars, etc.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
Go ahead.
That's super important, and that's why the units designated for affordable housing have to be in the same proportion in terms of unit size and bedroom counts as the building as a whole. And I would encourage you to look toward the inclusionary zoning bylaw that Montreal has implemented recently. So it's commonly called 20-20-20. So not only is there 20% of the units that are meeting the similar kind of modest affordability rates as this framework proposes, but they're also requiring in these designated areas that 20% of the units be family oriented, so 2 bedrooms or more, for example, to make sure that it's not all just bachelor and 1-bedroom apartments being built in these developments at the same time. And look, there's a lot of reasonable and good, strong planning reasons for as we build the city around this new LRT network, that we add density around those spots. But if all of the homes built around those transit station areas are, $1 million and $2 million condominiums, those aren't the folks who are going to be riding transit to work or to the grocery store. Let's be honest about that. So this needs to be a place where modest income people can live as well.
I appreciate that, and I'll ask staff about the 20-20-20. That certainly would be of interest. In the meantime, we have 20 areas that have been designated as near transit stations for their government-owned lands, like what you were talking about. What do you see as the best use of those lands? They're spread out throughout the city, and I'm concerned about just handing them over and losing control of what can be affordable for families, possible opportunity.
Yeah, and inclusionary zoning is one important tool. Automatically, when the city works in partnership with a not-for-profit, you've got someone who's pushing in the same direction as you in terms of more affordability, longer affordability periods, and deeper affordability. Many of those 20 transit-oriented development sites are probably within the zones identified under inclusionary zoning as well, and that is an opportunity for more deeply affordable housing. And you referenced the work that I did for a couple of decades with CCOC. We were a mixed income housing provider, so 40% or a little bit more of the units were rented at modest market rents, and then the balance as deeply affordable, mostly rent geared to income housing. Our market rents would be similar to the affordable rents you're contemplating in inclusionary zoning. So, if you're working with a not-for-profit developer, you've got someone who's got a building down the block from these other ones. The market rents are those affordable market rents are the starting point. And then we're looking for how we can bring in deeper levels of affordability on top of that. What we consider mixed income would be a 100% affordable under the inclusionary zoning framework.
Your idea of a payout clause, so developers have a choice of buying out of their responsibilities, would that work with these sections of land?
Yes, definitely. And free land is not enough to create a more deeply affordable housing. I remember costing it out a couple of years ago with my team at CCOC and CADCO, asking if we had free land and wanted to build a 100-unit apartment building, how affordable could we make it? I said, well, we could make it at all average market rents, so similar rent levels is what's proposed in the rental set aside that the framework is not going forward with. But we would still need $1 million of equity, even just to do that. And finding that additional equity is a challenge, and this could be one source for that.
I appreciate that. I like to challenge the idea that we can only go up, like that. In terms of developing lands vertically, and that we choose things that are still ground oriented, the missing middle. Is nonprofit the best way to go through the missing middle? Because it doesn't seem like developers are interested in that market.
Yeah, and if you look at a number of affordable and nonprofit housing developments in the city in the past 15 years, we've actually seen some great examples that combine things like ground-oriented townhouses with a couple of floors of apartments above. So you get a bit of the best of both worlds. You get to take advantage of creating more units on the site. You can have some family-oriented, ground-oriented townhouses built right into the side of the building.
Okay, thank you very much, Ray.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ray. Nice to I guess virtually see you here. When we talk about ownership, I'm reminded of the townhouse I live in. I own it. It was built in 1982. It's actually LeBreton Flats Phase 1. It's in between Albert and Primrose, and this whole strip is Phase 1 of LeBreton Flats, Phase 1. And we have ownership. Beside us is a co-op. Beside that is OCH, I think, then CCOC, then I think OCH again, and another ownership. Like, it really is a real mixed tenor across the, across that whole strip. And it was affordable ownership at the time in 1982. Because it's leased land from CMHC, we still lease the land, I think for about $1 or something. But we're no longer affordable. This is the townhome I live in today, started off that way, and it allowed for, kind of those mid-career professionals, if you will, to live here. But today, even with the ownership being with CMHC, there's not much difference in the value and the market rate. So, ownership does have a certain best before date, and then it just rolls into the average market. So I want to circle back around, and that's not to say that, we shouldn't be looking at any ownership and affordability and ownership, because we want young people, young families. That's how this little court got established. It just doesn't stay that way, I think is my point. But I want to come back to the land trust and the investment in land trust and the payout to nonprofits. And I guess about 2-3 months ago, we met on the land trust, and at that time you had indicated that like a $5 million interest-free loan from the city to a land trust to set up an acquisition fund. With that interest-free loan, you could probably build about 23 units a year. I think it was around 400 and some every 20 years. And that would be, paying back that interest-free loan. But if we gave you that as a grant, like if we were to say, look, okay, sometimes it'll be within the development, but other times we'll give you the land trust, $5 million, and then you can use that, as part of inclusionary zoning. You can use that to develop affordable housing in the area, because it works. Like if you think about this strip, it's like, I mean, to me, it's the best strip ever to live in. Like it's just so diverse. I know I'm a bit, I'm subjective that way, but it really is. Like we just have, like, everybody lives all together, and I just see that as being a model also that could work, and it could produce more units. So I want to just make sure I have my numbers right with you, and that you see that as a possibility for payout to nonprofits.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. That early 80s original strip of LeBreton Flats redevelopment is a fantastic neighborhood. I was just checking the map, and I'm pretty sure it's within one of the major transit station areas.
Oh, it definitely
included under
is.
inclusionary zoning. So yeah, the numbers that we had discussed would be for the Housing Trust acquisition program. To be able to purchase modest renting existing multi-residential properties that are on the marketplace. And this is very, 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 very relevant to the discussion that you had all morning around rent evictions and dem evictions. Preserve that housing stock and preserve the rents as reasonably affordable under not-for-profit status. And a $5 million investment from the city that we'd be able to continuously recycle. You're quite right. Over 20 years, we would be able to acquire and turn into nonprofit affordable status about 450 units. And the development opportunity with a land trust is also really strong. And I cited the case of the Vancouver Community Land Trust a little while ago. It's one of the only routes to create new cooperative housing in the city. The kinds of loan programs that are available from the federal government and other sources right now are really difficult to create a new co-op, because you're creating an organization from the ground up. There's a lot of strengths to co-ops. Community Land Trust provides that kind of catch basin, like a sister organization to the co-ops that will own the land and have a very active interest in preservation of the asset and the success of the asset as permanent affordable housing. And we've seen the Vancouver Community Land Trust in partnership with co-ops really take off in the past couple of years. It's actually become the preferred partner for the city of Vancouver when it comes to a lot of affordable housing development.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, Councillor Fleury and I, a few years ago, before COVID hit, were away at a housing conference, and we're taken around by BC Housing, and it's something that wants to make you weep that our province isn't doing it here. That it is the province there that is moving forward with that type of housing, but just to see what could happen, in conjunction with development. So I just want to just leave it at that, but just I think it's important that we kind of contrast that opportunity to with an acquisition fund, development fund, acquisition fund, especially to preserve all of those units, and contrast that with a one-time $5 million grant from the city, which gets us, I think, about 35 units, if I'm not mistaken, and that's only at average market rent or just below. So there are many tools that we have to use. Inclusionary zoning is one. It's one tool in the toolbox, but there we can look to other models that will actually produce better results. Acquisition for sure, and development fund through the land trust. So thank you.
Yes. And in acknowledging that we're in a housing crisis, it means we have to change what we're doing and build new tools that we didn't have before. Exactly right.
Absolutely. Like we did after World War II, and Thank you. Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Ray and Catherine. You're right. That was an awesome afternoon date when we visited a number of those sites. I really enjoyed it and saw a lot of potential. I believe actually Ray was there at one of the sessions. Ray, I want to skin a bit of the issues. I think people are polarized, rental, non-rental. is it fair for me to say that from your perspective, what you're saying is, hey, city, here's the heights that you've permitted. If someone comes in and gets additional heights at a certain threshold or additional unit count, that brings value. So what metrics through those values can you intervene, and at what percentage do you do that? Is that kind of the fundamental that you're saying here, that it'd be a rental or an owner, this is the principle, it's the height and unit count and the factor of those revisions that actually should trigger the affordability component?
Exactly. So if a site is zoned for 8 stories and council instead decides that 18 stories is applicable, you could apply the inclusionary zoning on that rental property to just the added 10 stories.
So
as a cautious approach, you could choose to not be cautious as well, but as a cautious approach, that's one option.
So it's interesting when you say that, because that's how I perceive it. And when I read the report, when I hear colleagues, even when I hear industry or residents, it's not a panacea. There's an opportunity as we grant higher density and higher heights to set out what those frameworks are and be clear with them. So, whoever designs these projects can know at the front, what are the impacts of these decisions on heights and unit counts, which I think is a fairness element. I want to go a bit deeper on 2 elements that you were raising, just for clarification purposes. If we set a threshold and the applicant chooses not to bring the affordable units on site, there's a conversation around land trust and so on. My perspective, and I'm looking for a rebuttal, I'm looking for clarification, is I'd much rather the developer pay for that unit on site, because it diversifies that building, and also it creates affordability pockets. I struggle, and you know this, we have a 2 million in a counselor's account. How many units can I build with 2 million? Like it doesn't get far. Where am I wrong in my thinking on IZ and this offsite accounts?
Yeah, what I'm proposing is that the offsite payout be an option, and it's not going to be a preferred option at all sites. But I do think that where there is government-owned land in the same development area, that this is an opportunity to provide cash equity to create permanently affordable housing rather than time-limited affordable rental housing.
Okay. My last question to you is, we, as a philosophy, we discussed this through the OP. We recognize we have to encourage more construction of rental housing across all areas, demographic, income, and zones. We're not going to re-debate that. Do you feel that if we just intervene on the condo market, that we just skewed that interest in some ways? Like we want to create advantages to rental housing stock or construction. How do we do that? Like, how do we maintain consistency in the goal of seeing more rental stock being built, and then the struggle that we have now on considering the inclusionary zoning policy?
So here's the thing, that map of LRT stations is pretty much set, which means that there is already development interest around those stations. And once a building goes up, it's there for 100 years. So the importance of inclusionary zoning is to get in there fast, set those clear and predictable conditions for the development industry, and do it now. And I would say we're actually 3 years late on this, because a lot of these buildings are being built now, and we've already lost the opportunity to get back some of the value that public decisions have created, to get some of that back in terms of modestly affordable housing.
I don't want to take too much time. Do you have a thought or an advice to us relating to intervention, IZ intervention for rental? Because right now it's skewing towards condos, ownership environment. And I struggle, I know it's a sexy thing for elected officials to try to bring the perspective that home ownership is affordable. I think the single thing we could do is remove exclusionary zoning. That would do much more than the IZ could. So I'm curious to hear your perspective on IZ in correlation or in relation to to rental housing?
Yeah, so my strong recommendation is to start somewhere. Don't start by saying we think it'll be 0%. If you're not comfortable with the 10% that the consultant recommended, say we'll start at 5 and we'll go to 10%, after an implementation period. But don't lose the opportunity to start somewhere, because these buildings are being built now, and once they're built, it's done.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Lieber.
Thank you, Ray. Good to see you. The report in front of us with the recommended directions is premised a lot on the impact to margin of inclusionary zoning policies. The 10% recommendation with respect to the set aside for ownership has been framed in terms of residual land value, which I'll call profit margin. And the effect on margin has been deemed to be too great to do it to rental. I am just wondering, because obviously, you have the best understanding of land development economics of anyone I know who's not a for-profit developer, who have been sharing their analysis with us as well, obviously, and will continue to do so. Do you necessarily agree that the impact to margin is that much more devastating with respect to rental, that it just shouldn't be done?
So when you're developing or purchasing a rental property, what you're looking at is not an intrinsic value of the land, other than what is the revenue that can be generated from it. And you pay for the land based on the revenue that can be generated from the land. If inclusionary zoning is in place, the revenue would be compromised a little bit, so you pay less for the land. And that's what I mean when I say that as inclusionary zoning has been implemented in other jurisdictions, it gets priced against the land value. So the land value comes out of it. That means that after the initial implementation period, the developer is still able to make the same profit margin they did before. They just paid less for the land primarily.
No, I think we'll hear, one of the assertions with respect to the same profit margin as before is because the higher costs, the subsidy cost on the inclusionary zoning units is going to be passed on to the non-inclusionary zoning units. Is that a fair thing to assume, that other tenants in the building would pay more because some of the units, their neighbors, are paying less?
So I completely acknowledge that there is an implementation and transition period, and this is why it's important to create those clear goalposts so that people know and can predict what's coming. If someone purchased a piece of land yesterday, assuming that they'd be able to build a certain size building at full value condominium sales or market rents, and then inclusionary zoning comes in, it's true that they overpaid for that land because they're not going to get that value out. But after the implementation period, it's just built into the price cost of land. And this is the difficult transition. And in every jurisdiction where inclusionary zoning has been implemented, the development industry freaks out a little bit because it's a change. And any industry likes predictability and likes certainty. So it's a change in those conditions. But I think, and I have to keep coming back to this, the value of the land that we're talking about, and again, what was it, 7% of developable land across the city from that staff
PMSTs, yeah.
So the value of that land has been entirely determined by public investment in light rail and by decisions that the planning committee has or will make around the zoning allowed on those sites.
So in your view, there's no reason to differentiate between ownership and rental with respect to the application of IZ?
It needs to apply to both, absolutely.
Okay. What do you think? There's also the notion that the impact to margin will be such that land development will no longer be a particularly attractive option. If I can't make, I don't know what the number is, 6% on my investments in my business activities, then I'll put my money into telecoms instead. Do you think the impact to margin from IZ is going to be so significant that the margin is just no longer attractive and that development will stop being done, or that in order to protect a certain desired level of margin, that land development activity will shift to areas where there is no IZ requirement?
We're a city of over 1 million people and rapidly growing. We're one of the wealthiest cities in the country. People will not stop building homes in Ottawa because of this modest inclusionary zoning policies. At the same time, we are a city that is in a deep affordability crisis. And it would be irresponsible to not balance that out with the value and the wealth that you're creating through these rezonings and mapping the LRT station, to balance it out with the public good that would come from these. And again, let's look at what we're talking about. We're talking about affordable to the 60th income percentile, $117,000 a year.
Is that sixth decile, that strikes me as pretty vanilla in terms of a target. Is the sixth decile the right one? The fifth, the fourth? To your point, a household earning $117,000 may be challenged to purchase a house, but the challenge that they're facing is nowhere near the challenge of, for example, some of the folks who we heard talking about their rent eviction experiences on item number one, right? If there's a problem to solve, I know where I would put my focus and energy.
So and you're absolutely right. A single person earning that kind of income is not challenged to buy housing on the private market. A couple with a couple of kids, two incomes, earning that amount with a few kids might be challenged to buy housing, which is why the bedroom counts and unit sizes have to be matched in inclusionary zoning, and you can't allow only bachelor suites to be allocated to inclusionary zoning. Now, this comes from the provincial policy statement, that level of affordability. And this is why it's super important that rental housing be considered in inclusionary zoning, because under inclusionary zoning and under the provincial policy statement, when you look at income deciles for rental, you look at income deciles among renters, right, not the population as a whole. So now you're talking about a household income in the range of like $65,000 a year. And the affordable rent for that household is around average market rent. And average market rent is much more affordable than new rental. It's much more affordable than newly available rental, like turning over, older buildings turning over, for example. And that is creating something that doesn't exist in the market right now. So including, sorry to interrupt, including rental housing, it brings a level of affordability that the ownership housing in inclusionary zoning can't, or won't.
The trend in AMR must be fairly steep given supply constraints. So like if we want to keep AMR down, adding supply is going to be a critical part of that.
Yeah, and you know, CMHC uses both average market rent and median market rent as different measures. They're not necessarily too far apart in the city of Ottawa, but average market rent is skewing higher because there's a lot of new rental supply coming on the market, and it's coming into the market at substantially higher rents than average market rent.
Yeah. Okay. With the protected major transit station areas, we're limited in terms of our IZ. One of the concerns that I have is if we go off site with that and we go outside of, say, the protected major transit station area, those are some of the most interesting areas in the city in which to live. I'd be concerned with going off-site, and I'm not sure if the discussion is about going off-site still within the PTMSA or if it's off-site outside of the PTMSA. So it's within the PTMSA. Can anyone afford land within the PTMSA though?
Certainly no nonprofits can afford land within the PTMSA.
I'm looking at acquiring a very small parcel to build a park in an area that desperately needs one, and I cannot believe what I'll be paying for a parcel. So is it okay? You know what? I don't want to go on for all day. Scott, thank you. Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes, of course.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ray. If you could just clarify a couple of your comments. Early on in the discussion today, you alluded to the fact that even with inclusionary zoning, that we are going to require still government subsidies for some of the affordable units that will be created. Did I get that right?
What I meant was that to make them deeply affordable, so to make them more affordable than affordable to the 60th income percentile, for example, you need government subsidy. So to get at, say, the 30th income percentile, that can really, you can't do that through a market development. There has to be either a rent subsidy or capital subsidy from government somewhere.
Okay. In the United States and some of the cities that already have inclusionary zoning, you said the developers had gone just a bit crazy, I guess, because the rules had changed. can you just describe what happened and when did it settle down, settle out, and people became more comfortable with the new inclusionary zoning rules and continue to build?
Yeah, there's a report even closer than that from the city of Montreal that I'll try and source from you. I was in a workshop with a mayor of one of the Montreal boroughs a few weeks ago who was talking about their 2020 inclusionary zoning policy, and of course saying, you know, the development industry was quite worried about the whole thing, and they tracked it and they kept measures, and it did not slow the pace of development in those. And again, it's designated areas, the same as it would be proposed within an Ontario context. It did not slow the pace of development in those areas.
Okay, you're confident that, I guess, the lower value, like the lower costs of the land, because of the land value, will offset the cost of having the inclusionary zoning. Have you talked to some of the major developers who would be, affected by what we're proposing and going ahead with?
I have not, but I have read the research reports from jurisdictions that have implemented inclusionary zoning a decade or more ago, and that's what the evidence says.
Is it possible we could, there's a lot of money to be had. We're sort of profit driven right now. I'm wondering if we will continue to, whether we'll be continue to go on with the norm, like it'll happen here as well. I'm just worried. Really, we're looking at providing inclusionary zoning units for middle-class earners. I don't know, maybe you're not the right person to ask about this, but maybe it's more a question for staff. Is will we have a list of people who need more affordable housing? Will there be a list, like who would access these? Would there be a competition? How would that work?
Well, I could tell you that for the next couple of weeks at least, I'm the chair of the board of the Social Housing Registry, a nonprofit organization that does a fantastic job in maintaining and collecting waiting lists for non-market housing.
And so who would get them if there's only 10%? Say we start off slowly, like 5 or 10% of the units. Obviously, that's not enough to even tackle the list of people who are waiting. How do you choose who's going to get those units?
I anticipate a lot of interesting discussions about how the affordable home ownership will work, including the mechanism, whether it's a shared equity or limited resale value. You're fortunate, and I've also just joined the board of Trillium Housing Corporation, which specializes in affordable home ownership. We're fortunate that we have CADCO here in Ottawa, which has also done affordable home ownership projects and is a nonprofit development expertise. There's quite a bit of expertise to work these things out in the city.
But it's going to be a competition, obviously.
We'll have to work that through. It's a competition to get a home anywhere right now in the city, let alone one that's more affordable.
Okay. And you also said that, I guess, maybe it was for building a unit that was totally affordable, but you said free land is often not enough for developers to build. Can you just clarify that?
For us as a nonprofit developer, if we wanted to build non-market housing at just average market rents, free land is not enough to get there.
Okay. Okay.
And that's including with low interest loans from CMHC, for example. There has to be an equity grant component to get that deeper level of affordability. Okay.
So you don't feel that other middle-class homeowners will be subsidizing others in that building? That's not a possibility. We're not going to see that.
The evidence says that primarily the cost of inclusionary zoning will go against the value of the land in the developer's proposal.
Okay, I'd look forward to seeing those studies, but thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan, and thank you, Ray. 90 minutes later. You earned that drink of water there. Okay, speaker number 2. Almost 7 hours after we last heard from her.
Well, hello, everyone. Thanks. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. And I just have to say, I really do appreciate the time that you've taken to stick around all day and listen to the delegations. It's very much appreciated, and I've enjoyed listening into the conversation and really appreciate the depth of questions and the good intentions of everyone at the table. So thank you. For those that weren't here this morning when I introduced myself on the previous item, I'm Meg McCallum. I'm the Interim Executive Director at the Alliance to End Homelessness, replacing Katie Burkholder-Harris while she's off on parental leave. And the Alliance represents over 70 agencies working in the housing and homelessness sector in Ottawa, working together to end homelessness. I have to say I'm really glad that Ray went first because of the depth of knowledge on planning and development in the nonprofit sector that he has. And you know, while we're in the midst of a citywide housing and homelessness emergency, this is such an important topic. And I recognize from staff's introductory comments that this policy isn't intended to address the needs of people with very low income, but I have to say that that's top of mind for me and for the Alliance. That's the perspective I'm going to be bringing to my comments today. So the Alliance to End Homelessness believes that a strong inclusionary zoning policy would ensure that new builds include permanent affordable housing. Sorry, lost my place, based on a household's income. In order to have an impact on the housing and homelessness crisis, a strong policy would ensure a baseline of 20 and up to an eventual target of 30% new units would be affordable to households with modest income, and that a portion of these units would be reserved for people and households making under $24,000 a year. We appreciate the work that the staff put into the report and think that there are some good ideas in there, but it really does not go far enough to create a significant impact into affordable housing. First, with regard to the proposed PMTCSAs, because the policy is limited to those areas, it really doesn't get to the areas where we have been experiencing renovictions and demevictions. We talked a lot about that this morning and the tenant displacement that occurs. And so the Alliance would recommend that staff track where renovictions and demevictions and tenant displacement are happening in the city, and consider how they would be able to expand inclusionary zoning to those areas or other tools at their disposal to offset the loss of affordable housing where it's happening right now. Next, the report proposes that 10% of the unit gross floor area be developed as affordable, and we like the use of that metric rather than the number of units because we think that it's beefier, and that is good. But we would recommend that 10% should be the baseline minimum, and then that percentage would grow over time. And I think Ray's made some really good points around predictability for the development sector that explain why it's important to have that range spelled out from the implementation start. And again, also making sure that the unit size and bedroom counts for units are reflective of what's included in the rest of the development, because recognizing that it is low-income families or families single parent with children that are having a harder time finding housing. We do not support the idea that this does not relate to rental housing, and we would agree with Ray's comments earlier that it should apply to rental housing, and if you want to start it at a lower rate, but then again that it should increase over time, again because of predictability and because we need those those rental housing units for people in need. Ray has also talked about the nonprofit rule for deeper affordability, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of my comments. I know you have a copy of those in writing. So just to say that we recommend that you look at contemplating an assigned value for the inclusionary zoning units that could become a cash contribution to a nonprofit in order to create that permanently affordable, deeply affordable housing that's needed in our community. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Meg. Question from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, and thank you, Meg, again. So to pick up on your last point there, a cash and lieu system for inclusionary zoning. One of the things I think that's very attractive about IZ is that you create, really mixed use buildings, mixed income buildings. Is it really, wouldn't it be better to provide a cash and lieu, but hinge it on purchase of units within the building itself. I'm struggling with the notion that we would go to the trouble of creating an IZ framework just to create a cash and lieu program that doesn't wind up with any included units, right? It's no longer inclusionary zoning. It's an affordable housing fund that starts to look like a DC. And I'm just struggling to reconcile that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think a couple of things. First of all, if the inclusionary zoning can happen within the same building in a meaningful way, I think that's great, and that is a place to start. I think you know, as long as there's something built in, I guess, you know, I'm getting into the weeds, but if there's mechanisms built in that allow it to succeed, then that's good in terms of things like, you know, how do you maintain that affordability over the long term for a rental or a home ownership project within that building. If there's ways to make it permanently affordable elsewhere, that would be my preference. But if there's ways to build those mechanisms into the on-site property, then that's great. As Ray said previously, the other thing is that we're talking about dense urban areas close to transit. So if it does mean that you end up with one building and a nonprofit next to it, that's another way of integrating and creating a diverse community, just, you know, because recognizing that it is the whole community that's being served by having that affordable housing in the area.
I'm just concerned that by the time you purchase the land in order to build that affordable building, you've actually lost a fair number of units because the land cost associated is no longer being borne by the developer. It's being borne by the not-for-profit development partner who is trying to take the money from a cash and lieu program, buy land with that, and then construct on top, as opposed to getting units that are already built and developed. Okay.
Yeah, and it's getting into details around tenure and model. And I know that that if there are ways that you could look at having the nonprofit tucked into a for-profit building or private market building, challenges with tenure and agreements between the partner owners and such. But yeah, I guess that for me, I don't pretend to know all of the details of how to make it work. Like what I'm hoping to convey today is really around the goals of making sure that there's as much as possible, as affordable as possible, and for as long a tenure as possible. And if more experienced planning and technical minds than mine can figure out the details to make that work, I'd be really happy.
I think a block lease, for example, would be something I'd be interested in taking a look at more than a CIL program. One of the worries that I have, and I don't know if you have any insight on it, is with respect to the long-term affordability, that the city mechanism to be able to collect, and I can't remember what it is, something like up to 50% of the first sale proceeds without any restrictions then following on the second sale and the third sale, starts to see these units get, the incentive is to flip them fairly quickly. And I think that speaks against long-term affordability. But I think, certainly I share the desire to make sure that they're affordable for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I think as Ray mentioned, we have the experience of the people at CADCO and the Trillium Corporation in affordable home ownership that could probably tell you what the best practices are out there in the sector for trying to ensure long-term affordability.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks.
Thank you, and thanks, Meg.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Gisele Doyle.
Hello. I'm so pleased that Ray was before me because much of what he said is, it's more than what I'm going to say. But good afternoon. I'm Gisele Doyle. I, along with others in the community, have been canvassing politicians, developers for inclusive, accessible, affordable housing for people with developmental and or physical disabilities in Ottawa, Orleans, and Cumberland for many years. Therefore, it is great disappointment that I read in this myriad of supporting documents that what you are discussing today is if you are going to give the okay for staff to study this again. Prior to COVID, Ottawa had 34,000 individuals on ODSP. 1,700 of them were with developmental disabilities living on $1,100 a month. So I've again read through the documents, and some of the issues that I have is the flipping back and forth as to the eligibility. Keep it simple. I would say inclusive affordable housing is a development that includes tenants, owners with mixed income, including percentage of units at market rent, below market rent, and rent guarantee income. I really had problems reading through this document when it was saying that it was for the owners and the buildings around the transit way was going to be for moderate income deciles. And the set aside was 0%, that for the renters. And I was really having a lot of problems on that one. I would say have a percentage across the board, whether it's for rental or ownership, and that would level the playing field for all developers and allowing for mixed income housing. City could compensate RGIs with tax or other incentives. Issue number 3, I'm almost done. The map indicating the 26 area around the higher order transit as protected major station areas and only for moderate. Again, I repeat myself, it should not only be for moderate. And as someone else said, who is going to take the transit? Is it going to be your moderate homeowners, or is it going to be your low income renters? I also have a problem with it being along the LRT route only. This should be extended to the transit way grade separated, if you look at the map, which would include our area of Chapel Hill and Cumberland and east of Chapel Hill, where we do need some assisted living, not assisted living, sorry, some below market rent and rent guarantee incomes, especially for people with physical disabilities. We're not getting younger, and that's all I've got to say. All I would like to add, my son was on the waiting list for 10 years before he found a place with CCOC at Beaver Barracks with the help of Live, Work, Play. He's now signed his 7-year lease. So yes, we're very happy with CCOC that provides 200 out of the 254 units, 150 units are rent guarantee income or BMR. So that's approximately 60%, and 25 of those are wheelchair accessible. So I just want to know if CCOC can do this and still set aside funds to continue their mission of providing mixed income housing. How could large developers not do so? That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Gisele. We have a question for you from Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Gisele, for being here. I know you're a strong voice and a strong advocate in the East End and throughout the city for affordable housing, particularly for accessible affordable housing. I did bring forward a motion that I will be seeking my colleagues' support on in respect to, well, I brought forward a number of motions, but one of them in particular to accessibility, and a lot of that came from our conversations that we've had over many years in relation to your son. So it's not much of a question, it's more so just to thank you for being here. But also I did want to note that, what we're going to be looking for today is support for directing staff to come back to this work. One of the things that I had concerns with, there's transition times that are quite long. I'm looking to lessen that so that we could actually get affordable housing and IZ zoning in place. So I did want to thank you for that. As I said, not much more of a question, more of a statement, but I wanted to appreciate your time and for being here today.
You didn't touch on the part where the affordable housing will be close to the transit way instead of also including our section. Could you comment on that?
Councillor Gower has brought forward a motion that I will be supporting as well, that will look at expanding the locations that will be applicable for IZ zoning. I think that's a wonderful complement to what I've been trying to achieve as well. So when we work together, council can achieve great things. So I'm looking forward to seeing that come forward today. Thank you, Gisele.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate your patience, Gisele. On my screen, you were directly next to Ray the entire time, and I could see you were attentively listening the entire time. So it's good. So appreciate that, and we'll move on to our next speaker, which is Bader Abuzara with Acorn.
Hello, councillors. My name is Bader Abuzahra, and I'm a member of the Ottawa Acorn Board. Acorn members have been fighting for inclusionary zoning powers since 2008. So, however, the housing crisis continues to grow, and policies such as inclusionary zoning are one tool that can help address the problem while also taking profit away from rich developers and delivering them to low and moderate income communities in the form of affordable housing. This is why there is an organized push by the developers to push back and weaken what the city proposed. They do not want to sacrifice 1 cent of their millions of dollars in profit for the common good. What is currently being proposed caters too much to developers' interest and does not reflect the urgency of the housing emergency Ottawa declared over 2 years ago. We wonder why this vote is even happening right now when the final inclusionary zoning policy will be decided by the next council. It feels like the city is trying to preclude certain developer-friendly outcomes because they fear the next council will make more meaningful changes. For example, we cannot accept the set-aside rates that are way below what the city's own consultant has said is possible. 0% affordable rental housing is simply unacceptable. We need to see our right to housing protected for the city to take advantage of this major opportunity. So Acorn members demand the following: require 25 to 35% affordable rental housing, match the affordability term of rental housing with the term for income owner, that is 99 years. That the designated transit zone where inclusionary zoning are applied are maximized to cover as much of the city as possible. Finally, Acorn supports income-based definitions of affordable housing, but the target household is still too high. Rather than targeting households up to the 60th income percentiles, approximately 64,000 for renter, the city should create a separate set-aside rates based on which households are in core housing need. For example, X percentage for households in the 30th percentage income, X percentage for those in the 20th income percentage, and so on. So Acorn 2018 report found that only 0.2% of households earning $60,000 per year live in severely unaffordable housing, so spending 50% of or more of on their income on rent, compared to 13% of those earning $30,000 to $39,000 and 39% of those earning 20% to $29,000. Therefore, the city should have income targets based on who needs housing the most. The report currently justifies the recommendation by arguing that any restriction placed on the development of proposed built rentals will hinder development when we greatly need a large supply of rentals. So, however, if you don't put any real affordability criteria on development, which this report does not. All that we will be built will be high-end luxury rentals. That's what we are seeing right now. And more supply of expensive rental housing does nothing for affordability. The report argues that moderate income households are the target for inclusionary zoning policy, and that low income earners are served by other programs. If that was the case, we would not have a 10 years waiting list for subsidized housing. While affordable home ownership is important, it does not matter how affordable these new condos will be under inclusionary zoning, or low income and working class members will not be able to afford the down payment. Low income and working class households are more likely to be renters, and this current framework has nothing for them. Moreover, this housing crisis will not end in 25 years. We need affordable housing for the renters forever. Thank you. Open for questions, please.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Gower.
Yes. Go ahead, Glenn.
Thank you for your presentation and the letter also that Acorn shared with committee previously. And I know you've suggested, Acorn has suggested an inclusionary zoning rate of 25 to 35%. And I was wondering where that number comes from. How did you come up with that number as being appropriate?
This would be based on the need of people who are on the waiting list, based on people who are in the percentiles of low income, and like we're talking about like people with 30,000 to 39,000 or 25,000 or 20,000 to 29,000. Based on the number of the people, we need that much affordable housing and rental housing.
But what staff are suggesting in our report that even a level of 10% would make projects not viable to build. So going to 25 to 35%, I mean, even if you quibble a bit with the staff numbers or find the staff numbers too cautious, seems to me that 25 to 35% would just be way out of the realm of possibilities. So, I mean, are there other numbers you're looking at or other cities that you've
yes.
to come up with that?
Yeah. First of all, the report from the staff looks at 0% for rental buildings. So it's nothing there for the low-income people. City of Toronto they asked for 25 and they agreed on 20% now. So the City of Toronto is doing that. The only difference between here and there is that Doug Ford was demanded to have the inclusionary zoning citywide, but he restricted that to only the high traffic transit hubs. That's the only difference. And we like to see here in Ottawa citywide, especially in Vanier, in Heron Gate, etc.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And now Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation today. I think your point about us replacing housing that is inherently affordable with higher end condos and more expensive housing is an important one. I think we've been seeing this at Heron Gate and obviously multiple demolitions and rebuilds. It's for higher end housing. And it's one of the reasons I think inclusionary zoning is an important tool, even if it may be targeted towards kind of that missing middle area of affordability. But do you see inclusionary zoning as a kind of a potential for the profit sharing that would come from increased zoning or rule changes within the municipality that could be shared with people who really need it in the city? Is that how you kind of view it at this point? And I'll just lastly just say, your point about us being at this point, at the end of this term, without actually taking any decisions at the very tail end of the term, I think is a good one as well. And sorry, my kids are in the background if you hear them too.
Sorry, I just got a note here. It says when Mr. Glenn asked the question about where we got the number of 25%, this was based on the city's old official plan target for 25% affordable housing citywide. So that's the 25% it came from. Sorry, Sean, back to you. The way I understand your question, that will be a shared. Can you verify it again? That question, please.
Well, fair enough on the 25%, and I know our official plan now says 20%. But I guess the question just is essentially: do you see inclusionary zoning as a potential for kind of profit sharing from the allowances the municipality is giving to for-profit developers to go larger and more dense in these protected major transit station areas? Is that a sort of profit sharing that you regarded as that should be shared with people that are getting either rent-evicted or dem-evicted or not able to afford the rent and housing prices in the city of Ottawa?
I think developers at the moment are in a position to be able to give at least 20 to 25% of the building to inclusionary zoning. And the reason why, if you look at the prices, the developers are selling their units, especially if the city allow them to go up to about 6 stories or 20 stories or whatever the number, the profit margin is so high that easily can afford it. Developers only sell when he can make a certain type of profits. And I think he can include inclusionary zoning easily in those buildings without having the city do the profit sharing or subsidizing the building. The developers, myself, I used to be a senior construction engineer and professional engineer, and I understand how the developer can build and accommodate 20-25% inclusionary zoning by expanding the building to build higher and also maybe get cheaper land from the city, etc.
Thank you.
We need that inclusionary zoning because if we get it that for perpetuity, like 99 years, at this point, we have that sitting in that building. It's not going to be sold, and the low-income people have secured a place to be there. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Councilor Merrick. Thank you, Mr. Abuzara.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is, just to go through them here. So our next speaker is Sam Hirsch, followed by Mary Wong, and then John Dickey. Go ahead, Sam.
Thanks. First, I'll just say my connection isn't great, so just bear with me. I might come in and out there. Hi, my name is Sam. I'm here on behalf of Horizon Ottawa, and first I want to recognize that acknowledge that we're on the unceded Algonquin territory, and it's a group that continues to be the most affected by decisions of our council, especially when we talk about land use planning, and is a group of a community of folks that is most affected by the housing crisis. And so I'm here today, along with my fellow progressive allies who just spoke about her with Acorn and Cowie and other groups to speak out against this incredibly weak proposal for inclusionary zoning. And even calling it weak, I think, is generous. It truly astounds me that city staff and council continue to put these types of reports before us, despite having declared a housing emergency more than 2 years ago, and even mentions the housing emergency declaration in its report. Despite the fact that with this ongoing crisis, the pandemic, and historically high inflation, many people my age and younger will continue to be priced out of the housing market and the rental market and onto the streets of the city. Since the council term began, homelessness in Ottawa has increased. Shelters are overwhelmed. The housing wait list counts more than 12,000 people, and hundreds of those who are homeless are sleeping on the street every night. But developers continue to sleep pretty well at night, and this report shows us why that is. It's clear that this was a report written for developers by developers with little engagement with stakeholders, except for developer stakeholders, and no engagement with the public. though I understand there is engagement to be happening down the road with this report. If there were adequate engagement, or a good faith engagement with other stakeholders, this report would reflect that. But it negates everything most community groups in our city and housing experts have been saying. That, quite frankly, we've been hearing housing experts today speak about that we need more affordable housing, and we need to treat housing as a material need that is not simply a commodity in the market. It's not rocket science. It's not complicated. It's not complex, despite what folks might say. It's difficult to find anything positive to say about the inclusionary zoning report. Indeed, every councillor at this table needs to tell city staff that this proposal is unacceptable, and I appreciate some folks raising that the 0% number for rental housing is not acceptable. Again, as I said, it seemingly disregards everything that tenant defense groups and expert academics have recommended. Last month, Horizon Ottawa organized a town hall on this issue. The message from the expert panel was quite clear. Inclusionary zoning can only work if it's bold and treats housing like a human right. This proposal does not even come close to doing that. From the glaring absence of affordable rental requirements to the absurdly low targets and the ridiculous 25 years of affordability, everything about this proposal suggests that the city is not serious with its desire to tackle Ottawa's housing and homelessness emergency. This policy should include a focus on rental housing, a minimum of, as Acorn was just saying, 25 to 35% affordable housing, inclusionary zoning, and a strategy to provide deeply affordable housing, affordability and perpetuity, and other things like third-party management of affordable units. This report, as I said, mentions housing emergency and makes many nods, many stats. But it seems like staff are not perturbed that people sleep on our street every night, or that they aren't perturbed that it takes a full decade for people to get housing, that they're not perturbed that people are leaving this city because it's so expensive to rent or own a home here. Staff multiple times in this report suggest a cautious approach when it comes to forcing inclusionary zoning, but the time for caution ended yesterday. It should have ended when the first person died of extreme cold from being unhoused. We live in a city where we care more about incentivizing developers to build and landlords to own rental units and other homes than we do actually providing people housing to live. And I was pretty disturbed by some of the comments by, I know he's coming up next, John Dickey earlier, about about some of the comments about tenants and profit of landlords. But this report is a clear indicator of that. And as Ray Sullivan, previous delegate, said, we're a city of 1 million people, and there will always be housing to be built because people will always need a place to live. We shouldn't have to answer to developers in the private sector or bend over backwards for them. We need to build more supply, yes, but what is the point if no one can afford to live in this city? And lastly, it's pretty clear what's going on here. These political games of pushing something this significant to the very end of the council session, and this time at the very end of the council term, needs to stop. There's no reason to rush this item and have both these items, the inclusionary zoning report and the rent evictions report, on the agenda. Why could this not have been two separate meetings? And another meeting for the new council on this. It's very undemocratic and inaccessible to make people wait 7 hours to speak on something. If those, and I'll finish with this, if those who are not running again really cared about affordable housing and making good policy in the city, they would delay or amend this report and make it subject to public scrutiny, as it rightfully should be, as I know that it will be. So councillors, especially those who will not be here in a few months, please make one of your final decisions the right one. And for those who are running for re-election, we will make sure folks remember this vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Sam, for your presentation. Just on the utility of inclusionary zoning, is inclusionary zoning going to solve the majority of our housing problems in Ottawa, do you think?
No, well, I think there's a lot of different tools that we can use. Obviously, at the end of the day, the issue is building more housing and building not just housing, and the issue isn't just supply, as we keep hearing other people say, but it's also about the type of supply that we build. And I think Councillor McKenney brought that up earlier with another delegate. So, it's about building more social housing, getting the federal government obviously involved in putting more money in. But, I think, and again, on another point, it's clear that, the example from Montreal is, as Mr. Sullivan brought up, inclusionary zoning, a high percentage of inclusionary zoning does not slow down development. And having a stable and certainty there is a net positive. So thanks for your question, Councillor Menard. And no, I know inclusionary zoning is important, but it's not the only answer to the housing crisis. There's a bunch of other things.
Absolutely. And in terms of just what the city has invested. We have a record investment this term annually is what it's being called, record investment annual of $15 million on the capital side for building new affordable housing. I just wonder your assessment from Horizon Ottawa, whether that's enough, and how is the housing problem solved, right? Is it solved by just increasing supply, or do we need actual subsidies, actual purpose-built affordable housing, deep affordable housing? What's the view of yourself and Horizon Ottawa?
I mean, yeah, and it's a good question. I mean, every single year we hear about this record $15 million. And I remember at the first time, I think before it was 10 million for a long time. And then I think it was 2018 or 2019 rather, where 15 million for the first time was called a record number. But, you know, it's funny that we call that a record number, but we continue to spend, you know, upwards of $400 million a year on our police services. You know, so I mean, I think there can be some money moved around there when we're calling it a crisis, but we're only spending a marginal amount of money on building new housing. Of course, again, like, you know, we need more money from the federal and provincial levels of government. I think that's clear. But it's not only up to them. We have money. Of course, you know, we need more revenue raising tools in municipalities, but we have the money in our city, in our inner city budget to move around to spend on building more affordable housing. You know, and again, a budget is about, you know, it's about priorities. It's not that we don't have the resources, it's just the priorities aren't there. And in terms of other tools, yeah, I mean, as I said in my delegation, you know, there needs to be more plans to address, you know, deep affordability. That doesn't just include supply. I mean, we know that. I mean, you know, if it was an issue of supply, I think you know, housing, a lot of housing is being built. I mean, I live in Kitchissippi ward, and it's, you know, I think one of the wards with the highest percentage of developments that occur, and I see developments go up every day, but the price of housing still isn't going down. Price of rent still isn't going down. So, you know, it's not just a question of continuing to build. It's a type of housing that's being built, because if there's housing that's more expensive, then the market will reflect that, and people will try to compete with each other.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We've been building records amount of housing in 2021, 2020. CMHC shows that in their recent reports. And it's not like we've gotten sure with the record build. So appreciate
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff.
Hey, Sam, thanks for coming out today. Do you think that this report targets the right income bracket for people that require affordable housing?
Excuse me. No, I mean, no. You know, there's the owner side, which I think. I mean, there's also the whatever it was, $64,000. But I think the people, and to your point, Councillor Luloff, you know, the people that really need affordable housing are people who are on the housing wait list. And I think the delegate from the interim executive director of the Alliance to End Homelessness mentioned that the people. I know the report doesn't directly speak to that, but the people who are really in need of housing are those folks who are living in the street, who are living in shelters, who really need that affordable rental housing to get into the rental market at all, because they can't even get into it. I mean, we heard delegates saying, like, you know, like Ray Noyes from Acorn, who was saying that he was looking at rent and it was $12.89. Folks like that who are only living off $11.69 every month on ODSP. Those are the types of folks, because if they can't afford, you know, if the rent is that high, they can't even afford a home to live alone. So I mean, those are the real people that we should be targeting. For sure.
No, it's really helpful. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate you coming out today, man.
Thanks very much for your question.
All right, thanks, Councillor Luloff. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mary Wong, and then we'll have John Dickey and Neil Malhotra. So Mary, go ahead.
Chair Gower, Chair Moffat, Chair Luloff, and councillors. My name is Mary Huang, and I'm on the steering committee of Ottawa Community Benefits Network. I am currently the president of Centertown Community Association, and I'm a co-chair of our Housing Affordability Working Group. But today I'm here to speak as an individual because I didn't have enough lead time to get my draft finished and circulated with the board of the CCA. But my two co-chairs looked at it. They like what I'm going to say. So I have also been a volunteer with CCOC Development and Finance Committee for about over 4 years. I have an MBA, so I do understand a little bit about affordable housing economics. So I hope I will give a balanced view on what our thinking are. At the CCOC Housing Affordability Working Group Community Workshop in fall 2021, Stephen Pomeroy said that for Ottawa, there are 7 units of affordable housing under $750 lost for each unit of social housing built. And that's including municipal, provincial, and federal funding. Across Canada, using National Housing Strategy data, which only includes federal funding, the stats is 15 units lost for each social housing unit built, and that's on the CMHC website as well. So, it's a case where we have declared housing and homeless emergency in 2020. So I think the City of Ottawa needs bold actions to try to address some of the issues. Recently, Taggart came to Centertown Community Association regarding 259 Kent, wanting to build in R4 zoning, a 34-story building, which even 7-story above the 27-story landmark provision in our secondary plan. And when asked what they are willing to do on affordable housing, they basically wanted to do only the minimal, which currently there's no requirement, which is nothing, and their focus is on maximizing the profits. And same thing, recently at 311 Somerset, the 18-story building was approved, and because they have 1/4 land in R5 zoning, they were approved for 18 stories. And the Section 37 funds, I believe, was somewhere around $500,000. That will only buy us 1 to 2 units of affordable housing. So I do think inclusionary zoning could be a key piece of the puzzle, but it should not be the only piece of the puzzle for affordable housing. I do understand deeply affordable housing does not happen without one or several of the following: capital grants, operation subsidies, rent supplements, or something that can be considered. There are some innovative options, like the City of North Vancouver, through their bonus density deal with Quayside Village and Driftwood Village co-housing communities, they were able to negotiate permanently affordable, perpetually affordable home ownership at 20% for Quayside back in 1998 and 25% below market value for Driftwood for 8 units. Quayside was 4 units. So there are innovative tools around if we just look. And other jurisdictions, we can borrow them for to make it happen. So I've been looking at inclusion zoning in other things, and I like Vancouver. They have things under 4,500 square meter being voluntary. I like Montreal. They adopted 15% social housing, 15% affordable housing in 2005 or 2015, and now they're in 2020 by law. And Toronto, they have inclusion zoning over 100 units or 8,000 square meter, but there's 3 zones, and it's from 5 to 10% for both rental and construction, rental and condos in 2022 to 8 to 22% in 2030. So there are 6 things I would like to recommend. 1, voluntary inclusion for under 50 units of 3,500 square meters. 2, rental housing should be included, not just condo buildings. 3, and they should do a market study to see what rate they can end up with and declare it with the developer so they have predictability. Longer term or permanent affordable housing, and I would like to make sure the family size units are thought of and accessibility are thought of, because seniors are going to be 25% of the population in 2035, and housing is built for 40 or 50 years. So why should we build to 15% accessibility standard, and which is more visible and truly accessible? So that's my presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Mary. Any questions for our delegation here? Seeing none, appreciate your time today. Thank you. We now move to John Dickey.
Well, good afternoon.
Oh, hi, John.
Now, I provided to the committee coordinator a written submission, which is 5 pages, and also a PowerPoint deck. And I wonder if the staff could share the PowerPoint deck. Thank you very much. So essentially, EOLO supports the recommendations of the staff report pertaining to residential rental property. And what I have to show you are 2 quick sets of numbers to put some context on an issue. And then I'll talk about the economics of building, which I think is the main point that the committee will be interested in. So next slide, please. So this in my paper or my submission is called Hypothetical IZ Requirements and Results, or perhaps it should be IZ requirements and hypothetical results, because it's just a math illustration. I do not have research work to show that these are the results, but there is a concern that as the set-aside rate goes up, if this impacts on the amount of development, and I would say surely it will impact to some degree on the amount of development, then you start to lose market rent units, and that's problematic for obtaining the supply we need. So next slide, please. The second point, and it's a similar point, but it deserves separate mention, that the impact on viability varies with how shallow or deep the affordability is. So, and I want to make the point here that the staff report on affordability, particularly on the rental side, is already in the middle. This is not shallow subsidy. We're talking the staff proposing a rent of $1,500 when market is $1,900 or $2,000. So the staff have on this issue at least gone in the middle of where one could go. If one goes to deep affordability, the impact on the revenue and the viability of the project is dramatic. And I don't have those figures on a slide, but I can provide them or provide them afterward. So in other words, my point is going deeper is not a good plan. And Mr. Sullivan recognized that as well. So next slide, please. So here, there has been a lot of rental development in the last 5 or 7 years, but rental development typically occurs only in short bursts of time. And it occurs when conditions are particularly favorable. That is a case study for the 5 years running up to COVID, because we saw low and falling interest rates and then low and falling net cap rates, and they both make development more attractive. So interest rates are rising now, cap rates will follow, and rental development is becoming less attractive. So what these figures come from is a report by the Main Ontario Landlord Association, FRBO, commissioned from Altus. Altus provides feasibility studies for many, many private developers. They looked at a typical kind of model rental housing project in Ottawa, 215 units, a mix of all 4 of the typical bedroom sizes with a focus on 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And what they found was for a kind of a typical development, the land cost in Ottawa might well be about $10 million. The construction cost just under $60 million. That's the bulk of the cost. And then government charges and taxes are almost or close to 10 million, just over 9 million and 10%. And then there's another in here. So literally it would cost $87.6 million to build a rental building in Ottawa. And the point here is, if the value of the building after you spent that money is $100 million, then you've made profit. If the value of it is $70 million or $80 million, then you've lost money. So let's turn to the next slide, please. And the value isn't determined by the cost, although certainly the cost affects whether people will build. The value is affected by the net capitalization rate. You can look at what in other similar buildings, what's the ratio between the income and the value, the sale price. My document on page 4 gives a simple explanation of net cap rates and how they work. And at a 4% net cap rate, which would have been probably a pre-COVID number, the building value in this example would turn out to be $88 million. So there would be a tiny profit in there. And speaking with the staff, it's clear that their work, the consultants' work, was done before COVID. So sure, before COVID, I could see someone could come up. I mean, maybe sometime one point net cap rates might have been 3.75. Well, then there would be, a $4 or $5 million profit. But now in February 22, you look at what net cap rates are going, and they're going for 4.5%. So the building value is going to be $8.8 million less than the cost to build. If cap rates go up more, and they may well because of interest rates, the building value would fall to 71 million, and that would mean a loss of almost $17 million. So that is why I, for one, am extremely concerned that imposing any requirement on purpose-built rental housing at this point would discourage development. The amount of development is already on the edge. People will finish buildings that are, half done, maybe a third done, but even that's questionable. And if you want an ongoing steady stream of rental housing, which policy says you do, then you need to be very careful about imposing additional costs. And then, so I'll tell you, I'm sorry, with the screen. So why don't we remove the screen, and then I can see the time, and I'll see, oh, I'm out of time. All right. Well, just in conclusion, we support the staff in submitting that there should not be set-asides on rental developments now, on not planning for deeper affordability, and we should assess the impact on land values of the set-aside requirement for condos. And that's extremely important because condos were the dominant development form. They will tend to set the land price. Rental developers come in and they're stuck with the land price. So if this proposal to impose IZ on the condo developers, if it really does lower the land values, well, then that will help rental development. And it helps it enough that then you could down the road impose a requirement on rental housing. But as I said partway through, I'm quite concerned about the amount of affordability that is being requested on rental housing. All right, thank you. I'm over time and happy to take questions.
And there are questions. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Chair. I think you've started to answer that question that many of us have. How did staff end up at the recommendation of a 0% for the framework for rentals? That net capitalization rate, you mentioned one factor, which is interest rates. Are there other factors that are making rental developments less attractive to build right now?
A small factor is a fear of the government risk, because the federal government is talking about changing the income tax laws in a way which would be negative to rental housing. This would be about the 11th time they've made a change negative to rental housing in the last 40 years. So that the fear of the future or fear of negative things happening in the future will push up cap rates. Interest rates is the big issue. And here we are with inflation of about 6% and interest rates of about 5%. And that's not a sustainable situation. The hope is interest rates will come down. The fear is that, the hope is that inflation will come down. The fear is that interest rates will rise because they have to rise above inflation, or we're in negative real rates, and that's not sustainable.
So it seems like every planning committee, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 very large, very tall apartment buildings. So I can't blame members of the public or councillors or anyone from the outside looking in really going, really, it's a bad environment to build apartment buildings? Can you give your perspective on that? Because it sure seems like we're getting a lot of apartments still coming through the application process.
Well, I think the answer to that is the time lags, because really the interest rates only started going up in February, right when this report was written. So the people who've been coming through planning committee for the last 6 months, their concept started 2 years ago. they've worked on this and worked on that. By the time they get the planning committee, they've already put a year and a half of effort into the project. And yes, they'll go through. At a certain point, they might as well finish a planning committee, because one of the good things of finishing with planning committee and council is that then if you have your necessary rezonings in place, then you can turn around and sell the project to somebody else without the rezoning risk. Whereas as long as the rezoning isn't approved, who knows if the project can go ahead. So for sure, if I were a developer and had already sunk, $3 million into the professional fees and into various, and certainly 10, if I owned the land, I'd be wanting to go and get an approval for a good project for my land.
Okay, the last thing that I've been wondering about is around this whole concept of residual land value. Wouldn't the land values have already changed and started to, okay, let's back up. It's no secret that municipalities in Ontario are all considering or have already implemented inclusionary zoning policies near transit stations. Has the land value already, or has that already been factored into the land value, or is that only going to become a factor for buyers and sellers once there's actually legislation in place?
I think the answer is partly the one and partly the other, because the more conservative people will have factored it in already. And that includes a significant number of people. The more adventuresome people will be assuming that if they get if IZ comes in on their parcel, then they can get even more height, and so they can manage it that way. Because there's no question that added density adds value. So, if the city gives with one hand, takes away with one hand and gives with the other, well, that's fine. The problem is if the city takes away and doesn't give.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Gower and Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lieber.
Thanks. I appreciate Glenn's point with respect to the changing land values in the context of a new regulatory regime. I have a lot of sympathy for the view that land prices will change to effect. But one of the things that I think I need help understanding, because again, I'm not an economist, that $87.6 million building that winds up in your example, that's yes, the capitalized value of it. There is a revenue stream, or, that was an example without, I think, inclusionary zoning, but whatever that building number is, that's the value of that building when it's done. And your assertion is that the project moves ahead if there is a profit to be made, or a delta to be made, I guess, between the final value of the building and the initial cost of creating that building. But surely in a rental project, you wind up with a building, you wind up with a revenue stream that pays your mortgage, and that is sitting on top of an appreciating asset, which is the land. I don't understand how, a 10% haircut on a portion of the rental revenue is in any way a barrier to a decision to continuing to proceed with that building when you're creating an asset that is going to, over the course of 10, 15, 20, 30 years, appreciate very, very significantly within your portfolio.
Well, there's two errors you're making in that chain of reasoning. One is that on the costs we're looking at here and market rents, the building barely pays the interest at 4%. So on a cash flow basis, the developer has to keep putting in more money to pay the principal portion of the mortgage payment. And it's large. So there's a building that I'm showing you there is cash flow negative for about 5 or 8 or even 10 years. So you have to weigh that against the gain you get down the road, the value you get down the road. And certainly investors, the second issue is that the long-term value of the asset is what determines the net cap rate. The notion that we can have this asset and we're going to have to put money in it. We know we have to fix this at 10 years and that at 15 years and that at 20 years. So that's factored into the net cap rate. But in the here and now, investors are loath to take $90 million out of their bank account or wherever they have it and put it into a project. And once the project is finished successfully, bully for me, my asset is worth $80 million. That's against all the laws of business and economics. You don't want to build an asset. That's destroying value. You know, developers, the people who don't like developers kind of grit their teeth when developers talk about creating value. Well, the way developers create value is they take $90 million out of their bank account and they build an asset worth $100 million. They just created value. Now they own the value, but they created value. When the value is less than the cost, you've destroyed value and it was your money. So people don't like to do that.
Okay, I think the difference that I'm still seeing is that over time, the appreciation in land value will offset that initial loss.
Again, with respect, once there's a big building on it that costs $60 million to build, it isn't land anymore. The value is in the building, which sits on land, and the value comes from the income stream. Right. This, as soon as you build a building, the value is from the income stream, and you convert an income stream to a value through a net cap rate. That's the way the market does it.
Okay. So one of the discussions that we'll have is around potential offset in order to make up that delta in the lost value. So greater height and density, for example. Are there ways in which we can use our planning rules to mitigate the impact of whatever haircut that is on the rental side if we went ahead with, say, a 10% set aside for rental buildings in addition to condos?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is this. It doesn't work well if you impose, or there is imposed already, a kind of a low height limits or low density limits. The market is anticipating a good height limit and a good density limit. By that I mean a moderately high one around transit stations, and I think policy already calls for that. So, you know, if the expectation is 25 stories and that's the market price, then sure, if you deliver, you know, come in and deliver instead of 25 stories, 30 stories, then yes, that's valuable and that's a worthwhile offset. And so offsets are good, there's no question. And one other point on that related to that is the offset has to be related to the sort of the amount of the haircut. And I'm not sure people have understood that the haircut on rental, it's a zero set-off rate, but the amount of reduction in the rent is substantially more. I mean, as a proportion that of the net income, it's a substantially shorter haircut than the one on condos, because of where the condos would be now. Right. So, and the affordability on this $106,000 income as opposed to a $64,000 income. So I realize that zero means it's irrelevant for now, but it's certainly relevant down the road. And that was why my second slide there was pointing out that the depth that you haven't shaved the hair off, but the plan is to shave a good chunk.
So, I mean, I can't remember what the difference is between the rent required to meet 30% of the sixth decile, but if I can recall, it's around $500 or so for 10% of the units.
Exactly.
So on a 250, it's $500 a month on 25 units, which is $12,500 a month, or $150,000 a year.
Well, I did the math. The impact on the value of that is $2.9 million.
Over the lifetime of the building?
No, the value. Well, it's over the lifetime of the building because remember, you have to take you're shaving off more of the net income than the gross income because the building expenses are there anyway. So then you take the 500 off the rent after the expenses was going to be in Altus's example here about $1,300. So you've taken off 5/13 on 10% of the building. Yep. Then you multiply that by 12 months. And then you convert that into value at the 4% net cap rate. And it comes out at $2.9 million. Like, it's a scary number.
Yeah, but not impossible to offset with greater height, or let's call it greater density.
Greater density, yes, greater density, bearing in mind that is still the cost of constructing the additional floors.
Yep.
So
It's not one-to-one by any means.
No, exactly. There's some economy of scale because you've already got the foundation, essentially you've got the roof, but you don't just you can't look at all the net revenue in the floors. Among other things, you pay the taxes on the floors, you'll heat the floors, light the floors, clean the floors, blah, 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 the floors. So sure, if you added, what am I going to say here? I mean, just ballpark, the 5 extra stories might do it to replace that 2.9 or $3 million haircut.
So, I mean, in a projected major transit station area, I'm going to screw that so many times up. I'll say it's all 5 different ways. You're looking at, 28 stories as sort of a new normal. And I'm not sure that residents, if they knew that they were going to be getting the affordable units, would necessarily push back at, the 32, 35. And then the developers will start pushing for even higher and show us math on that.
Possibly, but my experience with neighbors is that they don't think through a lot of what they're getting for this extra density. Well, the other thing is
we're talking mostly in hypotheticals now. So if you're
sorry,
well, I mean, one of the things I'm not sure if somebody has put that on the table yet. I think there's a motion that speaks to asking staff to explore offsets.
I believe Councillor Kitts did.
Sorry, Councillor Kitts' motion. So I think it's germane to Councillor Kitts' motion. But Chair, I'll leave it there. And Tim is getting very impatient with me. Tim, I apologize for holding you up.
I waited all day till 5:37 to speak. So thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate it.
His hair was short when you started that exchange.
And it was black, but that's a different discussion.
That was 10 years ago, Tim. That was 10 years ago.
I'm not changing my brochures. Anyway, thank you very much, John, for coming out today. I really do appreciate it. And it's funny where we're at today versus where we were at in the past. And many of my colleagues that have been on council since 2010 remember what we did with we looked at what happened with the failures of bus rapid transit. And when we said we were going forward, we had to find a new plan to be able to encourage by way of carrot, not stick, to get development to take place around. And I'm not going to use this stupid acronym that Jeff was trying to say because I don't know it either. In a nutshell, in 2012, Peter Hume and TOD was something that we all supported because we wanted to see intensification around those stations. Now we're seeing all that intensification around all the stations, which is terrific news. Just in my area, and I've always said, I have a station, Cedarville Station, that doesn't even have a bus run to it. But guess what? Now we already have 3 towers over 25 stories, a hotel going in, 2 other towers going in. On the other side, they're already rezoning. You look at Frontier Place, 2 towers, 3 more going in. Gloucester Center, a 30-story tower was approved. It's doing exactly what we wanted to do, which is create that intensification and reduce people from driving and keep them around the stations. So I'm agreeing with a lot of the comments I've heard today. I wish we had this conversation earlier, whether it was COVID or whatever the case may be. It's taken this long to get here. I guess what it really comes down to is you did highlight one concern for me, and we're seeing it through city projects as well, is people will go in to get a lot of the zoning in place. And by the way, I know your ELO and rental stuff, but I wish we'd have a couple condo towers because every one that I see is all rental in my area, every single one. And I have people that live in this community that want to downsize and get into condos, but that's for another group of people that can answer those questions. And they just see the benefit of rental right now. But what I'm starting to hear, where it was going gangbusters, where I was getting a lot of pressure to get going on things and try to help make sure that they could build and get those permits in place so they can start going ahead with a lot of these very necessary high rental towers around the transit stations. They're seeing the cost of steel, just like what we saw with the Central Library, with the local community center in my neighborhood. This is my one fear I have, is it's great. It's been gangbusters. I'm hearing things could slow a little bit right now based on cost of steel, and we're not going to be able to help build, whether it's rental or condominium stock. And all tying back to now we're talking about IZ related. I just want to make sure, and thanks to the previous councillor that spoke, you're fully in favor of building up higher to be able to accommodate, to be able to take in those costs. So it's actually affordable and try to keep construction on pace rather than saying, well, you know what, economies of scale don't work and just sitting back and doing nothing. And you're on mute. It's a really mutey day today, Scott. I don't know. Is it because you're chairing?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're
Thank
great.
you. Yes. So yes, from my reading, I'm not as sanguine, that is as optimistic about IZ will not cut development as say Ray Sullivan is. But what I've read about IZ is that if it works, that you keep the development stream if there are offsets. So if you bring in the haircut, but then you also bring in, keep that analogy, bring in the wig, you know, then you can get it done. And as long as the city understands that and doesn't expect to be able to impose the haircut and have everyone happily go along and do everything what they did before. And again, I think it's the condo, at least until the last few years, it was definitely the condos who were driving the land values, and rental housing just came in kind of afterward. I remember being at a meeting where someone was talking about how difficult it is either to build a condo or to build a rental housing, but they said the reason they said, well, we go condo is there's a pot of gold when we sell the condos, whereas in rental there's no pot of gold. And if interest rates fall, or at least not fall, rise, then there won't be any rental pot of gold either. I mean, my Altus's figures suggest there isn't one there now. Right. As opposed to when the consultant did it 2 years ago, there was a pot of gold at the end of rental, but it's disappeared. And that's the interest rates. It's disappeared twice because you've also got the costs.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And again, we're really, you know, it's a three-ring circus here because we're saying, let's not intensify. We went with 1281 for our expansion lands. We created this TOD bubble where we're saying, yeah, everyone, we're great going up, great smart development around the stations. I would hate to break away from what I voted for and supported and create a new stall by adding something that's going to create a bit of a problem. So I do like what you're saying, going higher to accommodate. And again, it's just to be able to make it so it's achievable, because as we know, steel costs are the new lumber costs, and I'm hearing there could be a 2-year lag. But again, I know that's not your bailiwick, John, but I want to thank you for coming out today and answering so many questions. I think you're one of our most popular delegates today. I do see Neil on board though, so who knows how this is going to go. But anyway, thanks for coming out.
Thanks, Tim. Sean Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm just wondering, can we go back to the very first slide, John, that you had? I just wanted to see that one more time because it kind of went by quickly and I just wanted to go back to it.
Sure. If the staff couldn't do that, it's also in the, at least the table, the data is in the submission, but can staff bring up the, yes, thank you. Yes. So, and I underscore, this is a hypothetical result. I had a discussion about this with the planning staff and made it clear, and then clarified it in my written submission that, look, these are hypothetical results. This is me putting out some numbers because I find some people get a point through numbers that they wouldn't necessarily get a point without the numbers.
Okay, and I just want to just to piece this apart. So you're saying with a set aside rate of 10%, is this on the rental or on the ownership here, or do you not differentiate?
This is on the rental side. I'm just dealing with the rental side. That's my expertise.
Okay.
And my concern was that 10% is 2.9, I'll call it $3 million in the value, and already the project is worth $9 million less than it costs to build. So that'll force it down to $12 million less than it costs to build, and people don't like that.
Okay, I guess I'm finding it a little hard to believe that the amount of development per year would only be 200 units at a 10% rate with only 20 affordable and 180 market unit. That seems extremely unlikely.
Well,
10% rate.
The 20 from the 200 is the math, that's 10%. But sure, so say it's 800 units. So 800 units, 10% is 80 affordable units. And doing the math, 800 is 720 market units. So are you better with that, or are you better off with 2,500 market units that we were getting now, or 2,000 market unit, almost 2,000 market units that you might get at a 2.5% set aside?
Remember, Sean, he said it was hypothetical. Those numbers aren't data-based.
Yeah.
No, and I mean, I guess that's a concern, right? It's showing an extreme decline, an extreme drop. And I guess I just square that, John, with where we're at, right? I mean, CMHC's May 2022 report had nearly 40% of housing starts in 2021 being apartments. And that proportion has been rising for more than 20 years. The number of rental apartment starts relative to population size has been on the rise, and the high level of new construction activity over the last 2 years alone has resulted in an increase in the number of housing starts relative to the size of the population, and that's significant in the last year. I mean, the number of units started in 2021, CMHC is saying will likely be added more in the market in 2022 and 2023. So I'm not the numbers you're putting out are not being squared with what CMHC is saying. And, you know, our housing starts in Ottawa are above Calgary, Edmonton, Montreal, Toronto per population in 2020 and 2021. So I think the point is that we've been really an open market for development here, and there's probably some profit taking back for lower income, mid income people in Ottawa as a result of the large development and changes in zoning we've been making that can be absorbed as part of this. Surely you wouldn't be advocating for 0% at this point.
I am advocating for 0% at this point because the interest rates are going up. They've gone up from 4% to 5%. That's a 25% increase in the interest cost on a project. And that takes all the little bit of profit that was there before. It's gone even in a 50 basis point rise, let alone a 100 basis point rise. Neil Malhotra may be able to speak to that.
Why don't we move on to Neil Malhotra then? All right,
Fine
good.
By me.
Thank you, John. You're good, Sean?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Neil Malhotra, and then we have Dean Tester, and that will be the last speaker.
Hi guys, thanks for sitting through patiently today. I know it's been a long day, got a lot of stuff done. I'll try and keep it short and probably more in questions. We get into like a lot of detailed stuff. I've given staff some data on what the financial impacts will look like on a condominium project. At the current, as the report's written, there was an error corrected earlier by David Weiss's team that was brought forward at the start. And it's a major impact, and if it went by quickly, but essentially there was in the calculation error, what the level of affordability on an ownership unit went from 520 to, I believe, about 430,000. It's very significant in what I want to talk about, which is what's going to be the cost impact on units. Roughly what that translates, and David Weiss's team has these numbers. I've given calculations, tried to be very transparent and sort of working through the limited time we've had to talk about this topic. But essentially $40 square foot impact on typical units means an impact of $20,000 to $45,000 on the market side of units. We've got two competing issues and policies. One you guys control, one you don't. Your hands have been tied by the provincial legislation that this needs to be transit-oriented development, or whatever that acronym you've been using all day. We, as City of Ottawa, you as council, last year approved an official plan that's followed a concept of primarily promoting intensification at transit stations. And in this official plan, we've gone a step further and really now targeting smaller unit typologies to be around the transit station. So if you look at the plan, the majority of studios, 1-bedroom, smaller 2-bedroom units are targeted at transit for development and a little bit on Main Street development. The rest of intensification is primarily targeted at large family size units in lower scale missing middle forms. So what's happening, however you want to look at the economics, however that $40 is going to work its way through the market. Staff and others like Ray have talked about residual value and eventually it working through the marketplace. My experience would say that might take a generation to work through the marketplace in private land transaction. That theory will work if the city was to unlock a lot of the land assets that have been identified potentially for affordable housing and subsidized housing units. The city is in a position where, you know, they will agree to take that haircut, and that's fine. That transaction can potentially work. But the majority of land transactions are private. And it takes a very long time for that discount to filter through the system. Ultimately, I look at the analysis. The only way home builders will be able to continue to build condominiums at transit is eventually to pass through that cost. Or I shouldn't even say pass through the cost. The end user is going to have to be able to afford to pay that subsidy for this to continue. But the problem is, it is primarily those small units that are being built there. So a typical condominium building today, despite what I've heard a few times today, are not $1, $2, $3 million units. It's actually primarily units under $600,000, $700,000. 70–80% of the units at projects are being built are studios and 1 bedrooms, smaller 2 bedrooms. You're seeing a little bit of larger units being built into these units, but it's really lower stock. And so you got to ask yourself, at the end of the day, this is going to pass through. And I'm telling you that as a primary capital allocator, somebody who's involved in making these decisions. If that cost cannot pass through, it will not be possible for these condominium projects to be built. It's simply a matter of how our financial system works. The revenue disappearing makes it impossible to attract the equity or the debt financing required to make these projects work. We will see in the short term a complete stop in condominium construction in the city. We'll see very limited growth at transit stations going forward. The economics have drastically changed. Councillor Menard's just referred to data in the last 2 years, and the last 2 years have been a very long run of construction, and you know, everybody's doing their best to respond to the supply constraints that we're dealing with. The reality is we're in a new world right now. As the Americans raised their interest rates another 75 basis points yesterday, and as John had referenced, the interest rate environment has completely changed. So on rental housing, that's a significant effect. It's also a significant effect on the home ownership side. Housing sales are slowing down. We are heading into a recession. We are, quite frankly, heading into a period of stagflation. And with that all happening, the supply challenges are not changing. You know, Canada has a list of 2 million immigrants waiting to come into this country. Housing needs help continuing. Housing does not need help, does not need to be restrained. And a policy like this is going to have a significant impact. In terms of the amount of production, John gave you a theoretical on some numbers. I'll give you some real data, what's going on in the housing market the past 18 months when it comes to specifically condominium development and transit. In the past 6 months in the city of Ottawa, 100 new condominiums have not been sold yet in the city. The number is floating around 90. If I take it back to January 2021, it's actually sub 500 new condominium units. Condominiums, similar to many of the businesses in urban locations, are still suffering from the pandemic. They will likely continue unless there's a drastic change in work to home and return to office philosophies going around the city. So there's a great deal of challenges going forward in producing these units. And I do question if you understand that those smaller condominiums are producing smaller, more affordable units in general than let's say the typical duplex being built on a 50-foot lot in Westboro. We're going to be asking people who can barely afford these units, we've called them at the 61st percentile, and asking them to pay substantially more on their mortgage payment. And you know, to be quite frank, if 9 people are helping subsidize one other person's unit, I personally would fear, as people around the table, how many of those 9 people are now needing help or pushing down onto the renter ladder, being renters and now pushing renters down, causing more demand on rental housing, which is not in an economic position to continue starts.
Neil, I get
We're
this.
gonna see-
You're probably not close to wrapping up, but I did let you
No,
go.
no,
over
let's
it.
go to
I haven't
questions.
been too.
I
I've been
can't see the
lenient on time
clock.
today.
That's fine, but I'm happy to answer questions on those
Yeah.
topics and others.
And they're here, so I figured you'd be okay to
Yep.
because whatever you want to cover, I'm sure you'll be able to cover in
Sure.
in answers. So we'll start with Councillor Deans.
Thanks, Chair, and hi, Neil. Nice to see you. It's interesting to sit here all day and listen to the differing perspectives and try and boil it all down. But early in the day, I asked Ray Sullivan, and I think others addressed this too, about the concern about pushing up the costs of all of the other units by having, a percentage made more affordable. And the answer I heard earlier was we could trade that with additional density or height. So I just wanted to, just one question, would that work for you? And what would it take?
Yeah, so I would say very supportive of Catherine Kitz's motion about looking at offsets and incentives. I would not just look at density bonusing. I think you need to take a look at CIPs, how you can look at property tax rebates potentially, bonus density for sure. I'd be cautious about restricting off-site affordable units, because I think there might be potential solutions if we're going to get innovative about it. So I'd be careful what we rule out. I would have everything open on the table. I strongly suggest a working group, bring in somebody like Ray, bring in somebody like myself, work with staff, work with a few politicians, sit around a table and try and find solutions. There's a problem. I mean, I've been talking about this problem for 4 years throughout the entire OP. There is a huge problem. It starts with supply. It's turning into a whole bunch of other issues. As people have rightly identified, there are a whole bunch of social program issues that are provincial, federal, that need adjustment to help people. There's a great deal the federal government, provincial government, and the municipal government can do to help create affordability in the marketplace. One of our biggest cost drivers is municipal costs, and this sort of falls into that ground. But next Thursday there's a planning committee meeting to discuss revised cash in lieu of parkland. And a high rise at a transit station is proposed to go up 2.5 times what they should contribute to cash in lieu of parkland. Whereas low rise forms are being asked to contribute 10%. The 10% is already very expensive and very tough for everybody to digest. But we're asking the units where we want people to live and that are already a little more towards the affordability, we're asking them to pay additional burdens and disincentives for them to move there. At the end of the day, if you ask a young person today who's a renter looking to buy their first home, are they prepared to spend that extra money and mortgage to go live? It's going to be more expensive for them to live at the transit station because of municipal policy than it is to move somewhere else. Is that the kind of incentive we want? The ultimate issue is, to be honest, it's going to promote sprawl. We're going to see very little development at the transit stations going forward. Housing pressure is going to continue. Like I said, we've got so many immigrants planning to come to this country, and Ottawa is going to get more than its fair share of them. Where are those people going to choose to live? Are they prepared to pay the extra cost to live transit? It's going to be more expensive to buy the same unit at transit than to buy it away from transit. Is that the incentive we want? 20 years ago, more longer than that, 25 years ago, I guess, the old city of Ottawa realized we had to create incentive to create development downtown, just trying to get people to live downtown. Now we're going to make it more expensive to live at the place that we want them to, which is the transit station, which is the most important thing for the city from an economic standpoint, from an environmental standpoint. We need to have people living at transit, and we're creating a huge disincentive in the policies we're creating.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And, I appreciate that everybody understands the problem. It's just the solutions are very complex. And I appreciate, Neil, your offer to be part of the solution and sit down with people like Ray Sullivan and others and try and, come to some sort of a go forward path that makes sense from everybody's perspective and that works to achieve our ultimate goal. And I know it's a side issue maybe for next week or the week after, the issue of cash in lieu of parkland, but I know that's a real issue. And it's a difficult one because it does go to affordability as well. So I think there's lots of work to do to come to something that we can all agree needs to be done to address the affordability crisis that we have in our city right now. So thank you for being here, and I will give the floor to the next questioner.
Thank you, Councillor Deans. I will say the offsite units, I mean, in the principles, they're discouraged. They're not prohibited. There are parameters in which you could do them, but what you want to avoid is a situation what we used to do in the 70s and just plunk them all down in one area and think that we're calling that some successful form of affordable housing.
I'll give you example. I'll give you example, Scott. You might be able to produce more in wood frame structures in housing because the capital can go further in a wood frame structure than perhaps you're able to do in a concrete structure, as an example.
Yeah,
but there's economic reasons
that,
for it.
But still within that same vicinity of the building that you're building. I mean, the opportunity.
Yeah, mixed income is very important. I mean, mixed income is very important in a neighborhood. Absolutely.
Yeah, Councillor Gower.
Okay, thank you, Neil. And I wanted to dive into. You referenced a $20,000 to $40,000 impact. So can you just explain what that is again? And I might have a follow-up after that.
Yeah, so roughly it's an impact of about $40 a square foot to achieve the affordability levels discussed, market unit versus the affordability levels on some of the units. And so on a smaller unit, you'll have a closer to 20, a small 1-bedroom apartment today, or not small, like what's being built now is about 600 square feet. So roughly $24,000 impact. A new official plan is also specifying there needs to be, I think, 10 or 15% 3-bedroom units being built in transit priority areas in tall buildings. To build a 3-bedroom unit, roughly, probably the smallest we can squeeze it is about 1,200 square feet. So you end up at $40 a square foot, you end up with roughly $45,000.
Okay, so I'm going to take a big risk here and try to do math at committee. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So if we took a building of 100 units, forget what size they are just for simplicity.
Yep.
Each one of the affordable units, let's say we had a 10% rate. So we would need 10 units that meet that mid-range affordability target. And so to achieve that, there'd be an impact of $40,000 on each one. We'd have to find
not $40 per square foot on construction. On the largest units, on the 3 bedrooms, the impact works out to about 40,000. On the smaller ones, it's 20.
So let's just go with the high number. So $40,000 impact. So that would mean each one of those 10 units, $40,000, 10 times 40,000 is $400,000. So that $400,000 would then have to be covered or subsidized or offset by the 90 regular market rate units in that, correct?
Yes.
So,
well, yeah, for the most part, yes, unless there's some other mechanism.
So here's what I'm not getting, why it's so unaffordable for the other units, because if I take $400,000 and divide it by 90, I get $4,444. And on units that are going to sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars, $4,500 doesn't sound like that much. So what am I?
It's the 40,000 per unit of the thing. The subsidy on a large unit is each 3-bedroom unit will require several $100,000 each unit to meet the goal. A delivery, it'll cost me roughly $1 million to build a 3-bedroom unit in a concrete building in a TOD right now. To build 1,200 square feet will cost me about $1 million. So that unit is then in the proposal needing to go to the market at $430,000.
Mm-hmm.
So the 1 3-bedroom unit needs a $600,000 subsidy.
Okay, see, I told you I'd take a risk by doing math at committee, and I've confused myself more, but we'll move on here. And I know you've sent a submission, so perhaps there's some more details there. I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Dickey, which was this whole idea of residual land value and I guess land speculation. Would the market not have been aware that it was quite likely inclusionary zoning would be coming to these lands near transit? And wouldn't that have already been taken into account in the value of land that's been bought and sold over the past 4 years, let's say?
No, I don't think this is really the first view of what this policy could look like. So to say there'd be full anticipation in the marketplace would be tough to say. A lot of transactions involve people that aren't actually from here, so they're not necessarily aware of what's going on in local politics, or even provincial politics. So I don't know if you could say it's been baked in, but I think I said the challenge is not, the municipal government can deal with that. They'll say, hey, we'll sell for a little less. You have a similar transaction. What happened at LeBret Flats, CMHC stepped in, said, we'll subsidize the Fed contribution to the affordable housing part. And there's a balancing off of how to make that work. In the private market, like the landowners aren't always that sophisticated. And they just say, well, I saw this sell for that. I'm waiting until I get that. What you'll see the immediate impact will be a stop of transactions because nobody says, well, everybody says it should be this. I'm going to wait till I get that. So there'll be an immediate pause. There may be some continuation development on things that have been held for longer term, but it will take, outside of an extreme economic event, which, something much larger than any of us can control, that would have a massive impact on land prices. Traditionally, land prices don't come down that slowly unless there's that major event. So more likely what has to happen is the price has to get higher and there has to be market acceptance of that higher price of the units to keep things moving forward. It's a very slow process for that land transaction, that land discount to appear through the system. It's more likely the catch up to afford it is what's going to take to keep things moving.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussion about profitability and whether it's reasonable to expect a private developer to reduce their profit. But I was wondering if you could put into context, I think it's not just up to the builders in terms of the profit margin, it's also a requirement of lenders and banks. Can you give a bit of explanation of that factor?
Well, that's it, right? So, whether we're looking for investors into a project or you're looking for banks to finance you, you have to be able to go to the market and the market has its limitations of how much risk they're prepared to take. Profitability is, a direct response to risk requirements, and our Canadian banking system has been excellent in that we have a very safe system because we don't take these incredible risks. But us as a developer need to go to the bank and show a certain return. Otherwise, it's very difficult to raise the proceeds to be able to build the projects. And so the argument that, well, you just take a less profit, it's fine. I could do that out of my goodwill, but the people that need to finance projects are not prepared to accept that. That's just a reality of our banking system. That's a reality for any business. The banks are going to protect their risk. They have their internal credit risks. They have obligations to the government through OFSI and different things. So there's risk profiles that we have to be able to meet, and that's an issue. And condo development is actually one of the riskier forms of development.
Condo development and apartment development, it is cyclical. There's highs and lows. I don't know what the last peak of condo development are, but it seems like we're in a trough right now. Are we 5 years or 10 years ahead from the next peak? What do you think?
Depends when people return to downtown to work.
I just got to think this is long-term policy. So even if we were to put it in place today and it takes 5 years or 7 years for land values to catch up or for interest rates to change, wouldn't it just make sense to put it in today, anticipating for when there is a stronger demand downtown or near transit for condos? So it's going to sound backwards, but because we have such an affordability issue and it is very supply driven, we may not have the time for that to work through the system. We have immediate need to try and have supply, slow down housing prices, and that's going to occur a little bit with the interest rates. But we also, like I said, we have this issue where we have a great deal of immigration coming here very soon, like in the next 2 years. We have to keep building. I mean, even if we kept building at the same levels as 20 and 21, we're still actually not doing enough to catch up with the population that's coming. The population that's being projected by the feds in the province and the city. So I don't know we have the time for it. I mean, we can make the time, we can wait, we can try it. I'll give you my personal read. The outcome is going to be more suburban sprawl because less is being built at transit. The growth is coming. We have to find cheaper ways to build, and that's going to occur more on the peripheral than it is going to be
downtown when the obligations are so much greater on the person who's trying to live downtown and what they have to contribute to the social good than what they have to contribute in other places. You know, it's a question of who should be contributing to this. And again, I'm not sure the person who can barely afford $500,000-$600,000 is the type of unit we really should be taxing to then pay for the person who can afford 430. You know, there's far other places that we should be looking at, whether it's the governments, ratepayers, and other things to be looking at to do that. But I'm just not sure that's the demographic that should, at the end of the day, pay to help this problem, because they're the ones suffering from this problem. You know, we used to talk about this problem being at the 50th percentile and the 40th percentile. We're talking about it at the 60th percentile now.
So we're trying to get to a number, or next council will be trying to get to a number that's the Goldilocks number, just right to encourage affordable units without being too high that it discourages development. But if we get it wrong, we go too high, does it really mean that Claridge is going to stop developing its property for the next 10 years or something near transit? Like, I find that hard to believe, given the demand we see for housing, especially near transit in our city, that you would just pause development there indefinitely.
We'll build where the demand is. The problem is, will the demand be there to go there if it's that much more expensive than to be somewhere else? And that's where I get into, I think what's going to happen is we're going to still have to build the same number of units as an industry. Same amount of people are coming. That's not changing. The immigration is not going to change. Canada is literally the only country in the world welcoming immigration right now. This is not going to change. The Americans don't accept it. Most European countries are against it. Canada is where immigration is coming, and we're going to have to deal with it. So the question is, when those people arrive, or the people who are renters today look to buy or move up the property ladder, are they prepared to pay the extra money to help subsidize somebody else when they can barely afford to make it? Or do they look at cheaper options, which might be a wood stick apartment that's being built in the suburbs now to help build the density in the suburbs? That's the choice people are going to make. And you have to just wonder, is that person going to be able to afford 30, 40,000? They're not. They really aren't. They're going to start making that choice. It's simple economics. Personal economics are what they are. People are going to pay for what they think they can afford or what makes the most sense to them. And it's just the idea that they pay so much more to live at transit is a huge disincentive to get people to live at transit.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney.
Thanks, Chair. I won't take up too much time, but Neil, I just want to go back to what you're saying around, and around the notion that if around protected transit station areas, that's where you would be as a developer compelled to include inclusionary zoning. And this is not a decision that the city made. This is a decision that the province made, that the Ford government made. I mean, I guess the cynical part of me would think, did this provincial government decide to limit inclusionary zoning to protected major transit station areas so that inclusionary zoning would fail? I mean, because what you're telling us is, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but what you're telling us is, because it will be more expensive to build here, or you'll be passing on that cost to new tenants or new owners, condo owners, you probably go and build over here. So can you speculate? Can you tell us why you think? And I mean, this came after years of consultation with the development industry. So why do you think
very different cities and their growth patterns?
No, but this is a decision that was made province-wide.
It was made province-wide. Yeah, it was made province-wide, but with a heavy Toronto lens, right? Well, it was a very heavy Toronto lens with this government. So in Toronto, condominium development is 25,000, 30,000 units a year. In Toronto, condominium development is a broader spectrum of types of units. So in Toronto, there's a fair amount of those 1 million, 2 million, probably some 5, 10 million units regularly built through condo projects. There's a great chunk of it that's also about affordability as well. And I think I think they didn't do the homework, and I think
Mhm.
it is the right place to get the units. We want people that need that help do need to get the units at transit because
Mhm.
they need the transit system. It is important. So from that perspective, it makes, I think that was the view that was looked at it. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't involved in consultation on that, but I
So
think
can I
that's
just
the view
ask
that's
you
looked at.
quickly then, would you agree that in a city like Ottawa, I know there's other people asking questions, so I just want to make sure that I'm tight in my questioning and your answers. Would you agree that in a city like Ottawa, it would be more advantageous to everyone, including the city and how we want it to grow around transit, that inclusionary zoning be allowed anywhere with a certain threshold in terms of density, height, et cetera?
I think it's going to be a whole package of stuff together, and that might be part of the solution. I think it, like I sort of come back to what I said to Councillor Deans. I think we get a few people sitting around a table and start trying to work through this stuff, and people like non-political and just like actually want to try and figure this out and try and figure out what all those bits and pieces are. And then I think it would be great for industry and the nonprofit sector and city to actually say, hey, this is kind of a solution we think could work in Ottawa, and bring that forward and look for the legislative changes to occur. I think there's a lot of work. I think that's the good thing here. We're talking direction today. We're talking a year from now of trying to sort it out. There's a way to figure it out. We have to figure out what it is. We have to be very cautious of not making it so problematic that 5 years from now, we're talking about how do we help the 70th percentile.
One last question. In our, I won't say downtown is thriving, but in our commercial sector, where we have a lot of empty office buildings, obviously we have to rethink that. People are starting to. I've been working with MPs, et cetera, on kind of that long-term planning in terms of converting office towers into some housing with some commercial, with some mixed income, mixed use type of developments. Do you see that as an opportunity for the development industry, and could that include some aspects of inclusionary zoning for conversion?
There are challenges with conversion that outside of inclusionary zoning, that not every office building can be converted easily to residential for a variety of reasons.
Yeah,
one of them is in our downtown. Most of the office buildings are built wall to wall next to each other, and so you got some challenges on how you do proper windows and building code issues and whatnot. And there's a bunch of retrofit structural issues that it's complicated from that perspective. There's potential that I think anytime there's transactions involving any level of government, land or buildings or whatever, those are going to be the highest and best opportunities to do things, because it will come back to the private market transactions. Take very long time for people who hold land to say, I'm going to take less than what I think I should get because A, B, and C 3 years ago sold for this much. It's a very slow process for that land price to come down, but those are the huge opportunities. The biggest opportunity is to figure out how you do mixed development on municipal property. I mean, that's probably the best thing the city could do.
Thanks. Thanks, Neil. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Liebert.
Thanks, Scott. Good afternoon, Neil. I think Glenn and yourself just actually had a very good exchange covering most of the ground that I wanted to run through, and Catherine as well. But one of the proposals that was raised earlier was the notion of a CIL kind of payment, where rather than providing subsidized ownership units within your building, there's the opportunity simply to make a cash money payment to a not-for-profit provider who can build affordable units somewhere in the PMTSA. Do you have any reaction to that?
It's one of the potentials. I mean, I think it's one of the potential things that can be on the table. Better tools to help.
Is there any way to use that to assist the financing so that the units in the building aren't more expensive? Because at that point, all the units in the building are market price.
Yeah, I think there's potential there. It turns into what's the level of the CIL, right?
Yep.
It still flows through. It still flows through in the end on your total cost, right? So you got to just pencil it all out how the concept works. But there's some valuable tools there. I mean, you guys have valuable tools that you can use here to that are proven tools. CIP has been a good tool in other uses. You know, I'll take a second to mention an issue. It's not really on this, but it's something for everyone to look at, discuss. I would say one of the biggest challenges going forward in affordable housing, especially even for nonprofit operators, I think Ray could confirm this, Saeed could confirm this. Property tax system is not that conducive to say affordable housing or not-for-profit housing, or anything that's not maximum level. You know, you got those list of letters you guys are writing to the ministry. I would strongly suggest speaking with your housing department and discussing with them the impacts property taxes have on the long-term operations of not-for-profit housing, because they're paying as if it's market housing, the property tax. And so, you know, we've been involved in some projects with CMHC where we're doing, you know, working with their affordability programs. But one of the big challenges is you still get the full property tax bill after, even though you're taking less rent. I imagine it's a huge operating issue for the nonprofit providers and huge issue going forward for Ottawa community housing.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Yep. Thanks, Neil.
Thank you. All right, so we move on now to Councillor Meehan.
Oh, thank you. I thought Councillor Hubley was before me, but thank you. Yeah, different perspectives that we've heard today. We heard earlier, Mr. Belhorta, about that the units would be subsidized by the lower cost of the land. So if I'm hearing you correctly, that you don't believe that's going to, it's going to work out that way, that you feel that the other units will be, the other people in the building will subsidize?
On private transaction, that will take a long time to work its way into the land system, into the land cost. Like I said, in the public land transaction system, that will occur very quickly if you allow it to. But it has an impact, right? Even that will, there'll be a discussion at Fedco about, like, we're getting less money than we could. Is that what we want to do? I mean, there may be a discussion. I should there would be, but you have that discussion of, we're giving up a little bit to get something else, and those conversations, the private landowner is not going to have that internal conversation. They say, I want to get what I thought I should get. I would have got last year.
Mm-hmm. So, and you say, if we go ahead with this, that we're going to be encouraging urban sprawl. We just set boundaries in the city, and you're envisioning, you said, units that are less expensive to build. I think that you're already dealing with that right now. If I see some of the new subdivisions,
that's an issue. But we're creating higher costs to build a TOD with programs like this, with the higher cash in lieu of parkland, little things like design criteria to worry about birds hitting glass. These are all things that affect tall buildings, and it just becomes more and more expensive to do it. And eventually, like, the cost does flow through to the marketplace. You get a higher cost, and all of a sudden, it is more expensive to live at transit, considerably more for us to build at transit, which means considerably more for us to have to sell it at transit. So eventually it's just a disincentive to people, especially when affordability is such a prime issue.
Yeah. And I was interested in your comments about some of the city of Ottawa costs also contribute to the lack of affordability in the city. Yeah, I think this is something that we could also explore. I don't want to ask you for what you think would actually work when it comes to creating more affordable housing, but I do like your idea about having a round table. So I was just wondering if I could make a direction to staff that maybe we explore getting various players around a table to hash out, to figure out, because this is extremely complex. If we had everybody in the same room to talk about what's possible, what's not possible, cause and effect, I think that would go a long way to helping us come to the right decision on this, because we need to come to the right decision. So would staff take that as a direction?
Excuse me, Chair. So we wouldn't normally be at this stage, but I don't have a problem with that idea, Chair. I think it's a helpful conversation, and I think Neil did frame where this could happen and how we could do it, and I think we're open to it.
Okay, then thank you, Mr. Willison. I think that I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Belhorta.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good day, Neil, and thank you for sharing your experience and expertise with us. It's we've had a wide range of people talk to us today, and I think it's been very informative, and I appreciate it. I'm going to keep my remarks short because hopefully we end this before too late tonight. A couple of questions for you. One of the first things that I thought when I read this IZ policy was it looked like we were coming up with an idea to make it more expensive for first-time buyers to get into the housing market. That, you know, we were picking winners and losers here, and I just like to get your thoughts on this. Like, you know, this lottery, one person's going to win and 9 are going to lose.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I would say fundamentally, if you got 10%, you've got 9 people helping contribute to 1 unit. My worry would be how many of those 9 fall off the list of being able to afford their unit now. And that, are we're getting 1 person and we're getting a 1-for-1 trade? Are we getting 2 people and we actually have 2 people that need some sort of assistance in the process? So that would be my concern. And that is a product because of the type of units that are where the smaller units in the city are being directed, which is at TOD, and that's an official plan issue. And so it's a layering of that issue with the province regulation to have it just at transit. So you got the wrong people trying to help this problem at the end of the day, my personal opinion.
And possibly targeting the wrong people too. Like, you know, if I listen to experts in the area, such as Councillor McKinney, they often talk about renters and helping people to just get basic housing here and everything. And I don't see this plan helping anybody in that situation. And to me, as a government legislator, I would think that we've got to try to focus more into that category than someone that's thinking about buying a $500,000 condo. I just didn't know where this came from. Something you said earlier that I want to touch on too is you talked about, and maybe this can be done as part of that roundtable that Councillor Meehan and others have talked about. You mentioned earlier about the possibility of partnering up with the municipality for municipal lands. And I know I talked to you, I believe it was the last term, we had a discussion around partnering with Ottawa Housing on some of their lands and renewing, because we've got such a huge backlog of maintenance costs and issues like, well, I don't have to name them all here, but lots of issues with Ottawa Housing. And I thought it would be a good partnership between the industry and Ottawa Housing to renew their properties. Is that what you were thinking of when you mentioned municipal, or are you thinking about other ideas?
That's a whole different challenge. What I'm contemplating is, you know, I think at one point the RICO had set up, had brought a list of properties potentially for affordable housing. I don't know, a couple of years ago to Fedco, maybe longer, maybe pre-COVID. And starting to unlock those things is some of the ways you can start then doing some of those partnerships, perhaps between nonprofit and profit, and finding ways to make some of those things work. But in those transactions, the municipal government is more flexible in being able to price in the impacts of IZ or other policies. And, you know, they'll eat some of the capital costs in that process and some of the proceeds from the land, but they'll be quicker to adjust to that than, let's say, the private land sellers would be.
Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to the results of the roundtable. Thank you for coming out today.
Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Neil. We seem you always get the brunt of all the questions from all of us. But I just came in from a conference. It's rural municipality of Ontario, and that's an issue right across the province when it comes to housing. And one of the biggest challenge we have, even in a very far rural area, is the affordability. Now, is there a one fix right across the province? And like, is there something, in your opinion, whether the province and the municipality and the federal can do, or it's got to be individual fixed? Like the rural will fix their own, and city like Ottawa will do their own. Do you feel there's a commonly where we can find a solution?
Yeah, so I do. I think more for the cities, but I think if you can fix some of the issues in the city, the stuff in the suburbs and in the rural areas is a function of what's gone on in the major cities in Ontario. So we come back to this discussion about disincentive to build the transit because costs are getting so much more. We want to raise parkland so much more. We want to do the IZ there. We want to potentially community benefits. We want to do all these different things, but these are all really infrastructure dollar issues. In political language, it's kind of being downloaded onto the home building industry to fill in all this infrastructure that once upon a time sat at the city or then sat at the province, set up at the feds. I've proposed this solution to somebody who's involved in the conservative race, but I really thought we don't need to talk about necessarily development approvals, although that is a small challenge. But if we can start looking to how to fund infrastructure, especially in urban areas, the challenges of the parks and the social housing and missing infrastructure, us locally, we don't even know what the cost of all the intensification we want to do is going to be. We don't know what the cost is on our hard infrastructure. The feds could be bringing dollars in to help cities build the urban infrastructure to keep people closer to transit, keep people closer to the city, have less environmental impacts. That's probably the place where we could start, would be to upload some of those, to get the feds to start helping there, taking some of those burdens off council, which wants to push them onto the industry, and then we have to push them on to the end user. If the cost of delivering a new unit continues to exceed the market, it's going to keep pulling the market higher and higher and higher. One of our, people think the home builders are kidding when they say this, but one of our fastest growing inflators is coming from municipal costs, sometimes from policy, sometimes directly for costs. I think the development charge index is going up like 16% this year. Like I said, the parkland discussion is coming next week. We're having this discussion about IZ. These are all things that are making it harder to build housing supply. And it's, city doesn't have the money to pay for this stuff. They're looking at us to pay for this stuff. The end user doesn't have money to pay for this stuff. This is the place like the feds and the province could really help, is start pushing some money into build the infrastructure so intensification can occur without the incredible costs. Because despite what's out there, data is starting to show the cost to do intensification is going to be really expensive for the city. It's going to be immensely expensive to build the capacity to functionally double the number of people that live in the old city of Ottawa. We don't have the sewers for it. We don't have the schools for it. We don't have the parks for it. We don't have enough housing, supportive housing. We don't have, there's a bunch of things we don't have. We all know what they are. So that's probably where we could probably start trying to help put at least the impact fees down a little bit by bringing in federal money to start funding those things, because those things are pointing like they're going up. When the next DC bylaw comes, it's going to be potentially pretty significant. We got to build a lot of transit. We got to build a lot of things to make the city work. We need more funding. It's not just putting it onto the homeowner anymore. That ATM is stopped. Home prices got to the point where people can't afford to pay for more stuff, can't afford the mortgages, and interest rates are in the process of doubling. The average cost of a mortgage is up 200 basis points in the last 90 days. That stopped. Housing is not the solution for infrastructure going forward, unless we think people can keep affording to pay more and more for the house. So that's probably the place. That's getting very philosophical, but that's probably a solution.
Thank you very much for your insight, Neil. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Neil, for your time today.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so we've had one speaker that left but is back, so we do actually have two more. Oh, Councillor Luloff, do you have something?
No, I was just hoping that the speakers were done and we could do questions to staff. My bad. Go ahead, Chair.
No, we still have two more. Don't be so anxious to leave. Sheesh. Oh, wait, you have to chair another meeting after this.
We have another meeting after this.
Right. I have to go home after this, so, sheesh. So we have Dean Tester.
Hi, folks. Thanks
Dean.
for the great discussion today. Learned a lot, and very happy to have the opportunity to present again to council. So my name is Dean Tester. I run a group called Make Housing Affordable. I currently live in Barrhaven. Under the proposed rules, I would qualify as eligible to apply for the homes being built under inclusionary zoning. I want to talk a little bit about the housing crisis in Ottawa. There are two separate but important issues. One, we've got a lack of affordable and social housing. 5 to 10 year wait list for people desperate for a roof over their heads. This is driving homelessness for hundreds or thousands across our city. Two, we've got skyrocketing prices for market rate housing. Prices have doubled in the past 5 years. Middle-class families are being priced out and fleeing the city and sprawling. Mandatory inclusionary zoning is not a policy tool meant to solve either of these crises. As staff did a great job presenting today, it's really meant to help middle-class families purchase a semi-affordable home. And how it's supposed to work is, we have a percentage of new housing units that are sold at a semi-affordable rate. And in exchange, developers are given offsets. They're allowed to build taller, approvals are given quicker, development charges are reduced. And the theory is, under this model, everybody wins. We get semi-affordable units built, developers are still able to make a profit, so their projects are still viable. And I think we've seen successful versions of this in cities like Vancouver, New York, where inclusionary zoning was paired with upzoning. So I want to say a big thank you to Councillor Kitts, who has an excellent motion up to study offsets. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about this already. Yeah, my worry is that if Ottawa proceeded without any discussion of offsets, we'd end up looking like Portland, for example, which tried that and saw apartment construction drop 60% basically overnight when they brought in inclusionary zoning. So I believe, done well, inclusionary zoning can be a policy that helps get more affordable housing built, but done wrong, it can stop our efforts to make housing affordable right in their tracks. So I'm glad for such a full discussion today, because you really do have to get the details right. So I have two things I'd like to ask council today. One is, make sure you adopt a strategy that includes offsets. Work with the development community, work with all your partners, find a win-win environment that leads to more market rate housing and more semi-affordable housing. And as a potential thought, what's the more generous offset option look like that can actually include and fund deeply affordable housing? So how do we get there? Two, I would suggest you consider voluntary inclusionary zoning citywide. So today we're discussing mandatory inclusionary zoning. Voluntary inclusionary zoning is where you say to the development community, here's a set of tools. If you want to add, a few stories to this building and include affordable housing, let's work together, let's get it done. And I think if done right, that's the way we could see a flurry of new affordable housing built city wide. Last point I'd like to make, and I think staff were really good about acknowledging this, is that IZ is a very small piece of the housing puzzle. If we want to fix our affordable housing crisis, we need public funding. We need money to clear the backlog for social housing. We need to build and repair social housing units. We need to get people off the streets and into homes. We have to find the funding, work with the province and the federal government to get it done. And two, thank you, Councillor Fleury, to bringing this up earlier. If we want to fix our housing shortage, we really need to end exclusionary zoning. When every new development is a political fight, the result is more delays, skyrocketing costs, and the housing shortage that we're dealing with right now. So I'm hoping that we can use the upcoming zoning bylaw review as an opportunity to end R1 zoning, increase height limits citywide, build missing middle housing. That's how we tackle the affordability crisis, and that's how we build a better city. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Councillor McKenney has a question for you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dean. I'm not going to take up too much more time because I know that we do have another committee meeting after this one, but just on the exclusionary zoning, and we've had this conversation, you've been in front of us before. Again, I'm asking you to speculate on the provincial government's objectives, but why do you think they pulled that out of their bill? It was in their report that they would remove R1 zoning, and in the end our provincial government decided not to move forward with that. Can you speculate why that is?
Yeah, my speculation would be that it was a political move. They ran an election without a platform, right? They didn't want to do anything controversial before the election. They were pretty confident in what they were going to do. I suspect they probably have plans to bring that back. I don't know. I haven't spoken to Minister Clark, or who knows if he's even the minister anymore. But we had all four major parties promise some version of ending exclusionary zoning, with, I guess, technically the exclusion of the PCs, even though it was in their report. But I wouldn't be surprised to see it back on the table.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree that it was a political move, because it's a very difficult move, right? Just before an election. Wouldn't be, around our table here, it wouldn't be for me. I don't have any R1, so easy for me to argue that we should remove it. But it is something that needs to be discussed in a very intentional, thoughtful way, and so that we are ensuring that we're building the type of city that will hold the growth that we're going to see and provide affordability. So I appreciate your response. Thanks, Dean. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. The R1 conversation is interesting because, I mean, that's what you and Councillor Meehan have in common. You both represent very diverse wards that are completely different build, but they both don't really feature any R1. Oh, Councillor Egley, my little spiel there gave time for someone else to come in.
No, I thought we were on to staff now. I have a question for staff.
No, I got one more. I have one more. Sorry, because
right.
Earlier I said Dean Tester was the last person, but then Sean Meager came back because Sean Meager wasn't there, so I didn't mention him. But now he's back. I think he's still there. Oh, maybe he's not. Is Sean Meager here? He was. Now he's not. Then he was again. Then he wasn't. I feel bad. Okay, well, he's not here. So we will go to staff. And Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. I'll try and speak like the current chair, but without the pauses to get through this. I want to vote for a framework today that's going to bring more affordable housing to the city of Ottawa, but I'm very concerned this is not what we have before us. The city needs housing geared to those with low income. However, this policy does not target those with low income. It'll benefit those with moderate income at the expense of others with moderate income. It seeks to subsidize housing by increasing the cost of adjacent units by $40 a square foot, as we heard today. The outcome of this will be two people living side by side with the same income, one of the units being subsidized by the other's rent. Do we need to be subsidizing housing at the level that we're targeting in this report? Maybe, but what will be the outcome of instituting such a policy? It seems that we may be making the situation worse by disincentivizing the very development that we're trying to achieve. This policy will not build more truly affordable housing. What it will do is disincentivize the building of units near transit stations. In its current state, there's no incentives built into the plan. I know that Councillor Kitts has a great motion to add that, but it's a stick without a carrot as it sits right now, and using smaller units that are meant to serve the market will be difficult to rent at a higher rate. Randy Gladman of Colliers has this to say about IZ. Like a game of whack-a-mole, securing affordable homes for one segment of the population, IZ will simultaneously create a new surge in prices for all other segments, all while reducing developer interest in building new homes in key transit-supported neighborhoods. With IZ required in PMTSAs, incentives arise to build multifamily projects outside of transit hubs, resulting in less mobility and more dependence on vehicles. Some projects currently slated for advancement in PMTSAs in Toronto may be terminated if the effects of IZ render the project no longer profitable, resulting in 0 new units when there would have been at least 99. These regulations also encourage more residential developments in PMTSAs to seek luxury status through design, finishes, and amenity provisions so that they can achieve rents high enough to subsidize the required below market rate units at the cost of mid-market units never being constructed. And since the definition of affordable housing targets families in the 40th to 60th percentile, or 60th in our case, IZ does nothing to create housing for the most vulnerable families in the city. There have been studies on the effects of IZ. The Bento study in California found that it resulted in prices increasing 3% faster than jurisdictions without IZ. A study by Tom Means and Ed Stingram found that IZ reduced the supply of new homes by 7%, and prices increased by 20% in California. In Boston, another study showed that IZ reduced the rate of production of housing and caused higher prices. And in San Francisco Bay Area, the same study found that inclusionary zoning corresponds with higher housing prices during periods of rising rent prices, and that it also contributes to lower rent prices during times of falling average prices. In Portland, Oregon, we've seen IZ stall the multifamily development pipeline while creating perverse incentives to underuse available land. While developers wait for the macro effects of the pandemic to balance out, they would welcome incentives that we've discussed today from provincial and municipal governments in areas that they can control, such as fixing the broken approval process, which we've heard a bit about today, eliminating spurious heritage requirements, and prioritizing the need for housing supply over questionable design regulations that result in less density and slower projects, all of which lead to higher costs for end users. In locations where IZ is required, cities could provide developers with density bonuses and development charge discounts so that the costs of the affordable units are not borne by those acquiring market rate housing. While this is common in American jurisdictions where IZ has been implemented, the City of Toronto offered nothing to developers in exchange for affordable housing mandate, which is what's before us today. None of these incentives are in the report in front of us, and I want to vote for a well-considered policy and not simply a slogan. Intent and outcome have to match on this, and I want to make sure that we're setting the table for housing for those who need it the most. It's clear to me that in its current state, this policy is going to drive up the cost of housing further, placing those on the margins in a more precarious state, and may do the exact opposite of what we're trying to do. And it doesn't target the right people. Status update or not, I'm not prepared to endorse this policy direction until the outstanding questions are answered. The only reason why we are discussing this today is for appearances, to appear to be making progress on something that deserves careful consideration when we have a clear understanding of how all of these overlapping policies will affect housing prices in the new context. And I recognize this is not a popular thing to say, but saying otherwise, I believe, is intellectually dishonest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair Luloff. Questions to staff? Councillor Eglai.
Finally, thank you. Mr. Willis, my first question is to you. I think you've heard a lot of us, including me, raise the concern around the inclusion of rental properties in the discussions that we've had today. We heard, also from the delegations, one that suggests that we start off, at 5% and build up. The report doesn't really speak to that at this point in time, though some of the analysis does. So my question to you is, there are a number of motions in front of us tonight. Are you satisfied that those motions, if passed, will allow you latitude to look at the inclusion of rental properties, or do I need to do a motion or direction on the fly to do that? I don't want to put any more work on anybody's table. So if you're satisfied that if the motions that are currently out for tender, so to speak, would cover that off and give staff the latitude to go back, look at that, and report back next term of council, can you just clarify for me so we know where we're going on this particular issue?
So, Chair, I'm just going to answer in two parts. First of all, the rationale for the staff recommendation, which we are prepared to rethink. I just want to say that up front. But the rationale for the staff recommendation is that we are concerned on the impacts to rental housing for two reasons. One is we have a very uneven affordability matrix related to rental housing across the city. So one size fits all policy is very hard to write for that. And it's a little easier in the condo than it is on the rental side because of the variation. So the affordability math works out differently. So we need to accept some variability. We are worried that the unintended consequence of having too high a number is that we will bring new rental development to a halt. And I can tell you I'm getting a little old, but I figured it out in the first 5/6 of my career. We had a completely stagnant situation in the construction of new rental housing that I can see, I've seen in where I've been. And then the last 6th, we've actually had a nice boom of it. So for many years we had nothing coming on, and lately we've had a lot. And it's very encouraging, because when our vacancy rates are as low as they are, we need that supply coming to market. Now, the unintended consequence is 1A, that the projects don't happen. But what's more likely, what happened in the first 5/6 of my career, is people made those projects condos instead of rentals. So that's why we've been cautious, but I hear loud and clear the mood of the table, and we ultimately take council's direction on this. So we are absolutely willing to go back and look at that in deeper detail, look at something that is not a 0, and come back with council with some advice on that. And the motions that are on the table do give us enough room to do that.
I know I appreciate both your caution, but also your openness to go back and do that. And secondly, this question comes off, I guess, the comments that we just heard from Councillor Luloff. If we approve the report today, along with the various motions and directions, what does that leave for next term of council? In other words, are we setting you on a path? Are we making decisions cast in stone? So what job does it leave for the next term of council after, for example, the roundtable discussions that Councillor Meehan has suggested? I don't want those things to be for nothing. So sort of lay out a roadmap, if you will, that if we support what's there today along with the motions, what does that leave on the table for the next term of council and the new mayor to deal with?
So, Chair, first of all, it's useful to get council's direction today. It was useful to hear the delegations today. You know, we can get a better read of the situation based on what we get instructions are today, and we'll use this information, this council's will about what they want us to dig deeper on, and that will inform the next stage of analysis. But ultimately, the next council is not bound by anything you decide. They can accept the new work, they could send us back for more work, or they could reject it outright. That is their prerogative for sure. But I think this discussion has been useful today, and I do think I'd probably encourage the incoming councillors to replay the tape of this meeting. I think there was a lot of very good discussion today, and so ultimately we take council's direction today, and that will inform the next steps.
But to sum up, nothing we're going to approve today is going to have you put pen to paper and sign off and say this project is done.
Chair, first of all, we can't adopt the bylaw until the new official plan is approved. It's not even legal to do that. So it cannot be adopted until the next council, I believe, in all likelihood. And secondly, there's a lot of work still to be done. We need to complete that mandatory peer review. We need to test. We've had questions asked of us today. I think it's responsible to go back and get answers on those. So I truly believe that with all due respect, the next council's making the decision.
Right. No, thank you for that.
Thank you. In the transition period between October 24th and November 14th, I'll host a screening of this meeting at IMAX. So Councillor Gower has a motion. He doesn't realize it, but he has a motion that be it resolved that the meeting time be extended past 7 p.m. pursuant to subsection 8(1)(c) of the procedure bylaw. Is that motion carried? Unless we finish the next 7 minutes, and then I'll strike that from the record. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. And yeah, that viewing will have all of 10 people there maybe, and I'll be there. I'll be one of the people you're viewing. But I just wanted to say to you, I'm supposed to go host a meeting on community benefit agreements at 7 o'clock tonight. I support all the motions in front of us today. I talked to Councillor Kitts about her motion, and the other motions, I've seen them and I support them all. Do I need to be here for my motion to pass, or
someone else move it on your behalf?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it may be that I have questions for staff that I'll hopefully go through in the next 6 minutes, but that might be wise. Just given that I won't be. Or sorry, Mr. Mark, did you want to opine on this?
You were present when it was introduced. That is sufficient, Chair.
Amazing. Okay, thank you so much. So I'll just quickly go through questions. And as I say, I would support every motion that's in front of us today. The first one is staff expect the threshold to be almost always above the unit count or GFAs in the PMTSAs? So I just wonder why we aren't just requiring this for the legislation that allows for 10 units and above. So what's the thinking behind 50 or more units when IZ allows applications in the instance of 10 or more, and when we're expecting, more than 50 usually in those PMTSAs in any event?
So Chair, knowing Councillor Menard, I know he loves detail, and I'm going to ask Mr. Wise to start answering these questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. These districts that we have within the PMTSAs, they are, as we've said before, they do constitute 7% of the entire housing available land. So they are high value. They are very high value. Quite a few of them have already been as well pre-zoned. So many of the stations around, say, the TD1, TD2, TD3 zones, they are already zoned, and they have policy permissions up to 30 stories available for that. So when we look at those and we look at the value of them and we look at the proximity of them to a very significant piece of infrastructure, it does lead us to suggest that we are talking about mid and high-rise development that is going to be moving forward on this, because again, part of that land economics is because the land is also very expensive in those areas. There is going to be an economic impetus to push upwards in order for that to happen. We find it very difficult to see how a low-rise development would be able to be economically manageable, given the constraints and given the policy opportunities that are available within those PMTSAs.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I just think we're likely not going to get many lower unit ones like that in any event, but I appreciate the answer. Are there any instances where buildings might have both the rental and the ownership structure, and what would be the case then? Would just apply to those units specifically?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Councillor. Those are one of the details that we are going to have to figure out and work out. That's something that, for example, the city of Mississauga did include within their framework, because they did include a set-aside rates for condominium ownership buildings, and also set aside rates for condominium rental buildings. So that is different than purpose-built rental. That's a condominium building that also includes some percentage of rentalship in them. So that's something that we are going to have to look at, and we're going to have to consider about it as a subset. It's one of those questions we need to take away, and we need to figure out what the mechanics of that are going to be. There's going to be a lot of different permutations. Another example would be, what do we do about phased developments? With multiple developments on site, where maybe, how do we apply the inclusionary zoning to different phases of those developments as well? So we do have a lot of questions that still need to be answered, and that's also part of why we'd like to get that direction, to be able to take it away and really dig into the details of what it is that we need to do.
Okay, when an affordable unit is sold, it's sold at a price that's considered affordable at the time, is what the report says. And so I'm unclear on what this means or how it would work. And I know we're looking at, we say we can have the ability to recover some of the net proceeds from a sale, but if a unit is sold within that 99-year time frame, is it sold at an affordable price, or is it sold at some other, whatever the market will bear at that time?
Yes, Councillor, that's a very good question. The Planning Act and the regulations do allow us to capture up to 50% of the net proceeds from a sale, but that is up to. And so that is also a choice that we'll have to look at and study. Right now, we are suggesting that we would only capture up to 15% at the end of the term. So what that means then is that over that 25-year term or over that 99-year term, whichever it is that we end up setting in place, there would be a legal what would we call it? A legal covenant that would be attached to the title of that property that would then maintain that unit at the set inclusionary zoning affordability rate, regardless of the transfers of ownership, regardless of sales, regardless of transfers. That would attach to the title, and that would attach to the unit, and that would continue with the unit as it goes forward.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And thank you for all of your staff's work on this. Just one last question to yourself, David and Megan, and all the work that you've done has been great. But just one last question is around, just practically speaking, during the transition period that we're proposing, what would be the effect for development applications? Would those be potentially subject to IZ, but in the future? So just is what we're kind of doing now not similar to what a transition period would be? I just mentioned this because I have, big buildings going up, skyscrapers going up in areas that are classified as major transit station areas right now. But in the future, we're saying there's going to be a transition period. And so will that be subject to the IZ regime or not?
Yeah, Councillor, that's also an excellent question. It depends upon the length of term that the council chooses to apply the transition period on. Toronto, for example, has put in place a multi-year transition period to gradually phase in the inclusionary zoning rates that they put in place. And the purpose of that is to allow for an opportunity for land values to gradually adjust over time. The big impetus with respect to this, staff have proposed a 1 year within that. That's not enough time for land values really to adjust, I think, as you've heard from some of the industry partners there. But the challenge that we have with respect to staff and the financial implications is that we will need to develop legal agreements. We will need to develop all of the development review processes and housing services processes. We will need to set up administration agreements with housing providers. There are significant financial implications and resource implications that we simply do not know at this point. So we need to be able to come back to council as part of that implementation administration framework, and advise you what it is that we're going to need in order to actually properly implement this as council would desire. And so that 1 year that we're suggesting here is to give staff the opportunity and the ability to set up those implementation procedures so that we can effect this properly.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. I better run to this other meeting and appreciate everyone's efforts today. It's been a long day, but glad we're at this point. So thank you.
Have fun with your CBC meeting. Not that CBC, the other CBC.
CBA, Community Benefit Agreements.
With Community Benefit
Agreement.
What's that can C stand for? It's Community Benefit Charge. Community Benefit Charge. That's what it is. Okay, good times. Councillor Gower.
Acronyms are great. I appreciate that most people have used IZ today rather than IZ. First of all, thank you to staff, to David and Megan for your presentation earlier. David Wise, Megan Brody. I thought that was an excellent overview. And I've been thinking about inclusionary zoning for about 3 or 4 months now. And it was the first time that the whole concept of residual land value really clicked for me. So thank you. I wanted to follow up on some of the issues that Ray Sullivan raised about 4 hours ago. One was about certainty. And I stated to him, my reading of the report is when this comes back to a future council, there will be very clear numbers around the offset percentage, around the length of duration. Can staff confirm that quickly? It will be a very precise set of policy and bylaw requirements.
Councillor, that is absolutely correct. Sorry, Chair, that is absolutely correct. There will be very, very clear certainty with respect to what the rates will be for each of the tenure classes.
Okay, thank you. Several delegations raised concerns about having a diversity of unit sizes, especially larger family units. Can you talk briefly about if and how that would be implemented as part of this policy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's also an excellent question. And this is where we have to look at inclusionary zoning and recognize that it does not sit in isolation. It does sit in accompaniment with other official plan policies as well. And Mr. Malhotra did reference Table 3 as part of the new official plan, which sets requirements and also targets for large household or floor area equivalent units that would be included within all mid and high-rise buildings. So within Table 3 of Section 3 of the new official plan, we do have a requirement for 5% of units to be large household with a target of 10%. So those are something that we would be seeking from for every development that's there. Within the policy framework that we've established here and laid out before you in the report, we've put a provision in there to require proportional representation for the inclusionary zoning units to match whatever proportion of units are provided in the building itself. So just as an example, if you have, say, a 200 unit building, and that 200 unit building is split 50% 1 bedroom, 40% 2 bedrooms, maybe 10% 3 bedrooms, inclusionary zoning would take a percentage of the gross floor area, but we would look for the proportion of the units that result from that gross floor area to be as equivalent as possible to the proportion of units that were in that original unit count. And so that's the mechanism by which we would use the official plan and the policies that are already in place to provide for that additional diversity within mid and high rise, and apply that to the inclusionary zoning. And the purpose of that is to, exactly as some of the speakers have suggested, to avoid the getting only bachelor units, for example. So there does need to be that proportionality to the rest of the building baked in.
Okay, that's good. The concept of a payout option, a cash in lieu, came up. Are we allowed to do that under the Ontario legislation? And is it something that staff are contemplating for this policy?
Mr. Chair, I wish that would certainly make this process an awful lot easier. However, that is in fact prohibited under Planning Act 35.2 subsection 6. We cannot use cash in lieu.
Okay, that's clear. Mr. Malhotra, I asked Mr. Malhotra about the transition time. Clearly, there could be an effect on land value, and it might take some time for land value to catch up to new policy. And he suggested it could be a generation. I think it's more than a few years. I think a generation is probably exaggerating a bit. Does staff have any sense, based on other cities or any other studies or information, what we might expect as a reasonable period of time for a transition?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, no other city in Ontario has implemented inclusionary zoning at this time. Toronto did pass their inclusionary zoning policies, but they have not yet designated any protected major transit station areas. So inclusionary zoning is not in effect. Mississauga is doing roughly the same thing that we're doing. They've passed a directions report, but it is not in fact actually in effect. So the Ontario context, there unfortunately are no examples to look at that. However, we do know that anytime that we do make a major policy move, there is a ripple down effect that works its way through the system. This is part of the reason for why transition policies are important and why we do tend to consider them with any of the major policy moves that we do. For example, for some of the R4 moves that we've done and the infill moves that we've done, we've put in policies of from 1 to 2 years in order to allow development to adapt to these new rules and expectations. The other reason that we also do this as well is that if you have a development, for example, or a property owner that might have purchased the land, and they purchased the land pre-inclusionary zoning policies kicking in, then that residual land value, that land adjustment, is not going to help them. It's going to hurt them. And that's where you're now creating a disincentive through there. So if we have a transition period that allows for the inclusionary zoning to work its way through, that can help the developer to run their finances and perhaps make adjustments to their business model to take into effect what that might be. As I said, 1 year, I think, would be what staff's recommendations are to allow us to prepare the administration framework that would be there. Toronto, for example, has gone longer. So it also depends upon the degree to which the inclusionary zoning is applied, the amount of discount that we look for, and whether there are in fact actually any offsetting incentives that city is able to offer along with the inclusionary zoning policies. So long answer, it depends.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I have a wrap up, but I'll come back later and go to the next speaker, I think, for now. Thank you.
Yeah, you can do a little wrap up after we do the motions. We'll give everyone a chance to wrap up if you want, all 19 of you. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, David and Steve. I remember a few councils ago. I don't believe David and Steve were there, but United Way created the first layer of conversation for inclusionary zoning years ago. I remember Ray being there. I remember Neil being there. I remember previous planning folks being there. And I see the encamping of positions and levers remain very similar from everyone around the table. So although there's a lot of pressure right now with interest rates and so on, I really feel that some of the differences remain structural, and people are encamped generally either very for in favor or very opposed for economic reasons and snowballing risk effects of the intervention. As it goes to the report and questions for David or Stephen, I guess I feel and I question I understand the principles, and I think I said that to Ray earlier, which was the bare bones of this is you have zoning rights, and if you increase your zoning rights by height or density, at some point you kick in some percentage of affordable units. That to me, I completely agree with, I completely understand, because there's a gain in value. But then when we go the step above and try to understand ownership or tenure, and then how a property is sold, and then the percentage that it can be sold at as an increase, or that we exclude rental, I really start to trip up, and I wonder why we've made it that complicated. Why don't we apply something citywide, and it's a base level of, you know, increase in heights, increase in density, this kicks in and it applies citywide. I know you're going to say that PMSA, and there are 26 zones that are broader than simply the LRT, but even if we applied equally across all the zones of PMSA, it would set a pretty strong baseline, I think. So looking for clarity as to why we've narrowed it to very specific groups, and I wonder what's the policy consideration there.
So I'll start, and David will have his own to add. So first of all, there is a bit of blurring in the question here, because we're not talking about a 2022 updated version of height and bonusing like the old Section 37, which the province blew up. We are talking about a very discrete tool that has to be applied in a very discrete way set by the regulations. And I go back to what Councillor McKenney said earlier, is that at one time it was supposed to be a little bit broader and simpler, but it's been made more complicated. So we are limited to applying this in the area in and around transit stations. The reason, and there are very, very different economics between rental and ownership. We have a robust, although cyclical, condo market. It goes up and down, but when it's up, it's up well. And you'll raise some good points about what might be making it soft right now, but it is good and cyclical. We have an erratic, threatened rental supply market from whether we're going to get any more or not. And as I said, we've had a good run the last couple of years, but if you look in the 25, 30 years, it's not been a good run, and we've not kept up with the growth in demand. So that's why there's differences between rental and ownership. There are differences in geography, and the other, sort of the third layer of difference is the land economics in forgive me for picking on you, but the land economics between Councillor Leeper's ward and Councillor Dudas's ward in and around transit stations are phenomenally different. The dollars per hectare of land are quite different. The revenues that people can get are quite different, although the costs of construction are reasonably similar between the two. So that's why, you know, one size fits all might, you know, I'd love a simpler system, but the reality is if we don't have some gradation in the system, then we could kill all projects in Councillor Dudas's ward and make everybody want to build even more in Councillor Leeper's ward, which, you know, I think we've been trying in the new official plan to spread it out. So we don't want to counteract what we've been trying to do. So that's why the system is built with all this nuance. And I agree, it's convoluted, but it is kind of a byproduct of the way the rules are set up.
Okay. We're a nature of, we create rules and then rules are broken and we adjust rules. We've seen that over the years from a number of fronts, and it's part of our responsibility to update our policy and make sure that we're on top of it. Recently with short-term rental, for just to name one. But I've seen, for example, I'll give you the example of Watergate. So Watergate is a pretty well-known building in my area off of Rideau Street. Urbandale purchased it and took all what was a rental building and has condoized every single unit throughout the structure. So by us differentiating between an owner and a renter, we're simply creating an environment where developer comes in, it's a rental building, moves in, folks a rental, and then through attrition, creates a loophole. So I guess my point being, we have to be careful of our intervention. I know it's at early stages, kind of policy development framework, but I would once again caution us on the base issue here is less about a developer coming in and doing a condo, extracting his value and moving on, the financials of a rental building is just different. You extract your value over time rather than in an exact time. But the build up and land are very similar in cost. I mean, they're all concrete buildings. So anyways, I know it's at the framework. It's been a long day, but I would love for you to consider a little more, less so on the value, more so on the construction cost and land value of a difference of a same building rental versus owner.
Chair, with all due respect, the council just made my point for me, which is in a situation where the market dynamics change quickly, the knee-jerk reaction in the development community is to abandon a rental project to make it a condo. So that's why we've been conservative on our rules for rental, because we're really afraid it'll squeeze away new rental development in favor of condo. Because that has been the historic reaction. The example he gives, the council gives, and listen, I respect where he comes from. That was set in motion 10 years ago, and it's much more than just a recent phenomenon, that particular project. But the reality is, up until 5 years ago, everybody who was doing high rises was building condo only. Yes, we were getting some rental built in low rise and people were adding to their units, their houses, that was happening. But in the big bulk production side, it was condo only for the longest time. And that's not just Ottawa, that was Toronto, that was Mississauga, that was everywhere in Ontario. So now we've had a recent good run. And if that run it won't continue because of the change in interest rates, but if it could, it would add supply to address very low vacancy rates in Ottawa. So that's why we recommend differentiation. We think it's the responsible thing to do, but if we're wrong, we're also recommending monitoring, and council will be able to toggle those ratios over time, because we're required under the law to monitor, and council could change the ratios if the fundamentals change beneath their feet at some point a couple of years from now.
Okay.
But I think there's good reason to have differentiation, Chair.
Okay. Neil spoke to a point that I'm concerned about, which is we keep intervening as where we're seeing more density, where transit is invested, yet that's where we want to see most development, but we're starting to squeeze the financials of that. I'd much rather see an intervention that is across the board, across different neighborhoods. I know you're going to say we're limited by the act, but is there not that risk of, hey, we're going to continue sprawl if we do so much intervention at LRT stations and near transit?
Chair, I am worried about that. I go home every night wondering, about the cumulative effect of everything we're going to do. Because if you look at the way the province set up the new community benefits charge, which only applies to buildings 5 stories or higher with 10 units or more, most of those sites in the city are also in transit areas, because that's where we have them zoned for that. So there's a whole, Neil's right. We've added a whole bunch of new things: cash and lieu, inclusionary zoning, community benefits, inflationary increases, and development charges we have. But council has asked for all of these things to happen for very good reasons. We're building a cumulative basis. And so, this is where, in this one instance, I go probably to Councillor Kitt's motion, which is looking at where some of the the offsets might be able to help. We do, we have looked at these things. And I'm going to ask David to add to what I'm doing, because I know he's done the bulk of the work here. And this is very much what we've been doing in terms of assessing cumulative effects.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. One of the challenges that we do recognize, and we are going to have a conversation about this next week with respect to the zoning implementation report, is looking at what is the best way in order to understand and handle the large number of housing that we are going to be requiring over the next 25 years to satisfy the growth management strategy objectives, and to find room for those 2 and 3 bedroom units that we need at an affordable price point. As Mr. Willis has noted, when we talk about the transit stations here, we are talking about the highest value projects, but also the most expensive form of housing that there is, the concrete structure building that do take 5, 6, 7 years in order to work their way through the system and actually get developed. And so that's part of the conversation that I think that we also need to have as well, is when we look at the percentages of how much land is set aside within the PMTSCA versus how much land is outside of that, how can we balance that? And how do we make sure that we're not asking those developments within the protected major transit areas to take more than they are financially able to accommodate. And that's also part of that discussion that we need to have. And it's also part of that, that evaluation of all of the various impacts and all of the various costs that we are putting in place, and making sure that we are being reasonable with respect to the balancing of those costs in relation to the needs that the city has to provide housing for families.
Okay. My last question. If we had the Ottawa crystal ball in terms of the province isn't there, we want inclusionary zoning. How does it look like? If we're not limited geographically, how does an inclusionary zoning impacting affordability across all neighborhoods for those heights increase and density increase? What is the principle? How does that look like?
Given this is wildly hypothetical, be very succinct with your answer.
Well, actually, it's fortuitous, Mr. Chair, because that's actually the initial framework that Toronto put together with respect to its market areas was in fact actually developed with respect to I don't remember what the bill was, but the bill that restricted everything to PMTSA. So we can actually look back at the original Toronto model where they looked across the entire city to develop what the market areas would look like. So so that is the thing. We would have to, of course, do an assessment study and understand what the economic valuations would be across the entire city. But that would be something that would probably provide a little bit more flexibility for us as well.
Okay. Chair, I'll be supportive in principle of the report, with obviously key concern on exactly what was raised through my questioning. It will ultimately come down to authorities that we have from the province. I would encourage council and members of council to continue to strip that from the province, try to get more to équilibrer un petit peu l'approche au niveau du zonage inclusif. It's far from perfect from my perspective, and I think the one point I would leave everyone on from my perspective is an affordable unit is not worth a lot to the city unless it targets someone that's on the affordable wait list, because that's still our main focus, is to make sure that folks are on the wait list are housed. So hopefully, as you consider the framework, you come and review and see some opportunities to take folks off the wait list. Thanks.
All right, thanks. So we're going to get to these motions. It's funny, Councillor El Shantiri always brings up that I hosted the shortest meeting in history. I also seem to host all the longest meetings. I'm like the Lenny Wilkins of committee chairs. You guys probably won't get that reference. Okay, so our first motion, the one from Councillor Menard. So question to staff, just really quick. We have two motions that speak to the set-aside rates. Do they work together? Can we approve them both, or how can, I mean, they're similar but different.
Yeah, Chair, I think staff have signed off on both as we can work with them. And I think because this is a directions report, we smash together the logic and bring something back.
That's all I need. Okay, so the first motion from Councillor Menard is therefore be it resolved with respect to the report, the Joint Committee recommend council direct staff to undertake the following: consider a minimum set-aside rate of 10% for ownership across all PMTSAs, consider a set-aside rate of up to 10% for purpose-built rentals in all PMTSAs, include unit mix requirements in the official plan policies or zoning regulations that implement inclusionary zoning to ensure that a sufficient number of multi-bedroom units are set aside as affordable. Consider opportunities to deepen affordability for rental and condominium units in order to maximize access down to 40th percentile income households. 5, consider including an official plan policy pursuant to paragraph 10 of subsection 3.1 of Ontario Regulation 232-18 that would allow offsite units only where those units are to be assumed by a non-profit housing provider. Be it further resolved that staff be directed to report back to council on these directions as part of the final implementation report and amending bylaws. Further, that staff report back to council a second time on directions 1 and 2 above at the completion of its feasibility analyses for each PMTSA. Any questions on that motion?
Carried.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Motion 2 from Councillor Dudas. So therefore be it resolved that respect to the report, the review of each PMTSA is to be conducted as soon as possible, and that staff report back on the findings to change the set-aside rates shortly thereafter. Therefore, be it further resolved that staff consider the feasibility of a 20% set-aside rate for owner-occupied condominium units in line with the city's own definition of affordability and report back as part of the implementation report.
Carried.
Carried. Good stuff. Motion number 3, also from Councillor Dudas. Therefore, be it resolved with respect to the report that staff study how to include fully accessible units according to the City of Ottawa's own accessibility design standards and report back to recommendations as part of the IZ implementation guidelines.
Carried.
Carried.
Motion number 4 from Councillor Dudas again. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to the report, staff report back as part of the implementation guidelines any tools available to the city to limit the use of rent evictions for affordable rental units in particular. In addition, staff report as well on the feasibility and impacts of extending the affordability period for purpose-built rental units. Any question? Carried. Great. Expanding eligible areas for inclusionary zoning from Councillor Gower. Therefore, be it resolved. With respect to this report, the Joint Committee recommend Council request the Mayor and co-chairs of Planning Committee and CPSC write a joint letter to the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs, to be determined, to request that inclusionary zoning be expanded beyond PMTSAs, for example, along transit priority corridors and other areas in close proximity to transit. Any questions on that one? None? Carried. Thank you. We didn't do that one. Councillor Kitts on offsets. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to the report, staff be directed to explore and evaluate additional offsets that could be implemented as part of the inclusionary zoning policy and regulations and report back to council in 2023. Just a little friendly amendment. There's only one in. You can't just a small piece, just a small piece. No. Anyways, I'll move on. Councillor Dudas on transition period. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to the report, as part of the development of implementation and administration framework for inclusionary zoning, that staff prepare requirements for transition and condense this to the shortest time possible as reasonable and report back to committee in Q1 2023. Just on this one, just first, can I just get staff comment on this one? I just wanted to get clarity that staff are good with this one. I understand the rest of them, but I just want to understand this one.
Chair, I think understanding staff are going to make best efforts. It's an aggressive schedule. There's a lot of analysis when we look at the different PMTSAs. Council's given us a bunch of different options to look and calibrate the math on. We're going to make best efforts. We understand in a housing crisis, we need to do this as quickly as possible. We are reliant on consultants to do a lot of this work. So I hope it's understood this is staff are making best efforts.
Okay. Councillor Diaz?
Absolutely, and that is the intent, and I appreciated staff working with me on this. I think my concern was that as we see LRT extend to different areas of the city, in the east, we're going to see it in 2024, these PMST, whatever the acronym is, they're going to start to be developed, and we're going to lose out on opportunities. So I do respect the fact that staff need to take the time, but as aggressive a time frame as possible would be appreciated.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Willis. On that motion?
Carried.
Carried. We'll go back to the technical motion, the technical amendment from Councillor Gower, where we had I think it was page 17 of the report had something that needed to be changed. Table 2 on page 17. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Fantastic. And then finally, I just through the conversation and through the questions to staff, Councillor Meehan had a direction. We formalized that direction in Word, so I just wanted to put it out on the screen so you can see it. So as part of the next phase of work, staff convene a table of stakeholders from both the for-profit and nonprofit housing development sectors, including city staff from within PRED as well as financial services, to review the subsequent steps of analysis and advise staff on how to finalize the strategy to come to council. So that's already been accepted by staff, but I just wanted to put it up there for the record, because we didn't have it on the screen earlier. So that would be that. We'll go back to, Councillor Gower, anyone who wanted to make some comments at the end? I know Councillor Gower, you did.
Yes, I did. I thank staff already. They probably deserve thanks again. This is a complicated file and it's been a long discussion. So thank you to staff and all of the delegations today for their presentations. This is in front of us for a lot of reasons. I think it's important to a lot of us. I think it was in the mayor's election platform in the last election. So I know it's something that he pushed hard to have on the work plan. We don't have a decision in front of us today to make. It's going to be next council, but I do think it's really important that we had this conversation today. the idea of inclusionary zoning in an informal or involuntary way comes up a lot at Planning Committee. And we are evaluating these proposals or these requests from the community without any kind of framework or knowledge. We're just doing it based on, I don't know, gut feeling, intuition, whatever we feel is right. We're kind of making up policy on the fly. And I've mentioned that a few times at committee. I think this conversation and this report today, I think has helped, for me at least, put into better context what inclusionary zoning can and cannot do. It is one piece of policy that will affect housing affordability. It is a necessary piece. It's not the only piece or the best piece. If it's successful, we could see 60 to 90 units a year in the moderate income price range. That is good. That is 60 to 90 units we would not have otherwise. And I think it puts into stark focus the problems with housing affordability right now. In that moderate range, so people having difficulty finding affordable homes right now would be dental hygienists, would be law clerks, would be executive assistants, or junior architectural technologists, as staff had in their report today. That really puts, to me, into focus the housing affordability challenge. You can make a household income of $120,000 a year, and you're still in that moderate income range for housing. But I do feel the problem with today's discussion, or the difficulty we've all been having, it's very much on gut feel. We've heard from some advocates who'd like us to have 25 to 35% affordable housing. We've heard from people in the housing industry who prefer closer to zero or zero. We're missing a key piece of this, which is that peer-reviewed background study. That's a requirement of the legislation. We will have that a year from now. Whoever's on council will have access to that. And I think it'll help to better anchor this discussion. I'd love to get to 5%, 10% on rental. My gut feeling says staff's probably being a little too cautious, but without having that more objective report in front of us, it's really hard to say. And so we've heard a lot of ideology today, and I think we've got to mix some healthy pragmatism with that ideology. Otherwise, we're just going to try to be squeezing blood from a stone here. But I do think inclusionary zoning is an important policy, and it's something the city needs as a whole suite of policies to affect affordability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So the final recommendation on this report, item 2, I don't think anyone else had their hand up, so I'm going to go to this. That the Joint Committee of Community Protective Services and Planning recommend that Council receive the report on the status for inclusionary zoning and document 1 framework and guiding principles for inclusionary zoning in Ottawa, and direct staff to move forward with further study, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, and an implementation strategy to introduce inclusionary zoning in 2023. So that's obviously as amended. Are you, just to check with you all, are you comfortable with carrying this with Councillor Luloff's dissent?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you.
Carried.
All right, and since it's a special meeting, I don't have to go through the whole other business inquiries and stuff. So adjournment?
Yes.
Yes, adjourned. Bye. Thanks.
Jeez, Timothy, my goodness.
Stick around,
next
everyone.
Meeting, let's be honest, the next meeting is going to be never, but the CPSC meeting is coming up shortly. So, that's exciting.
Have fun with that, CPSC members. Thank you for a great meeting, Scott.
Thank you for your well wishes, everyone.